Welcome. Thank you for being here in this quiet moment. Whatever the day has asked of you, you can set it down now. The world outside may continue its rhythm of noise and demand, but for a while, you are invited to drift into stillness, to listen, to let curiosity, not urgency, guide the mind. If you would like to join us again for these long, gentle journeys through science and wonder, consider subscribing. No pressure at all, only if it feels right. So breathe, settle in, and allow the edges of thought to soften. The story we are about to follow stretches across unimaginable distances, yet it moves slowly enough to carry you with it. Imagine a tide that has crossed oceans, patient, quiet, and inevitable, arriving at the shore. That is where we begin tonight, with a tide of silence carrying something across the stars, toward us. For most of history, humanity had no sense that such things existed, that shards of worlds from distant suns might slip quietly into our solar system, unnoticed, except for a brief shimmer of light against the dark. For centuries we traced planets, named constellations, recorded comets, but always assumed they belonged to the familiar family of our own star. The idea that material could arrive from another star, a fragment of a system we will never see, was once as strange as imagining a message arriving in a language no one could speak. And yet, in the past few years, these whispers from beyond have appeared. First came an object with no tail, no comet's veil, but a tumbling shard, flat and fast, unlike anything seen before. That was called Oumuamua, a Hawaiian name chosen to mean a messenger from afar, arriving first. Then came Borisov, a clear comet, but not ours, a streak of ice from a different nursery of planets. And now, the third. 3I Atlas, another visitor, neither fully comet nor fully rock, caught somewhere in between, as though it cannot decide what story it wishes to tell. There is a pattern here, one, then two, then three, each more puzzling than the last. Three signals, like faint echoes of some larger chorus we cannot yet hear. And 3I Atlas, the latest, feels at once fragile and strange. Astronomers describe its behavior with hesitation. Its brightness flickers in ways that don't align with simple physics. Some believe it may be crumbling even as it drifts. Others suspect it may be driven by processes that don't fit the neat categories we know. But whatever it is, it has arrived here briefly, in the quiet space near our own Earth, a guest in a neighborhood that rarely receives such visitors. Picture it now, not as a threat, but as a traveler, a fragment of ice, dust, and mystery, carrying with it the memory of another sun, another system, perhaps another story entirely. It does not speak, but its presence is itself a message, that the universe is restless, that the boundaries between stars are not as empty as we once believed. In its faint trail, one might see the suggestion of a letter never opened, a page drifting across the void. You may already feel the quiet pull of this mystery, as if a part of you recognizes the strangeness of being noticed by something that comes from so far away. This object is not large in cosmic terms. It will not reshape planets, it will not leave craters or rewrite geology. But sometimes the smallest things are the most haunting. A pebble tossed across the surface of a pond draws ripples far beyond its size. And here, in our own solar pond, a pebble from elsewhere has struck the surface. The ripples are not physical waves of water, but questions that spread across the minds of astronomers, philosophers, dreamers. What is it? Why now? What does its silence mean? Perhaps it is only what it seems, a crumbling shard of ice, wandering endlessly. Perhaps it is something more, a fragment of a larger world that died long ago. Or perhaps, though we cannot prove it, it carries intention. The possibility that silence can itself be a signal. These are questions without firm answers, but that is why they hold us. What we cannot know becomes the doorway to wonder, and there is something more. Something that makes this third visitor more intriguing than those before. In late October, on the 29th day, the object will pass behind the sun, slipping into a zone of total invisibility from Earth. Astronomers call it solar conjunction. For days, perhaps weeks, it will vanish into the glare, hidden from every telescope, every radar, every eye. A blackout. And in that blackout, anything could happen. A natural fragment would continue on its path, unchanged. But if it were not natural, if it carried something of design, then this moment, hidden by the veil of the sun, would be the perfect time to act. We cannot say what it will do, or if it will do anything at all. Most likely, it will emerge exactly as it entered, continuing on its hyperbolic path, out of our reach forever. But the possibility, however faint, is what lingers. Maybe it will drift as expected. Maybe it will not. Maybe it is simply a comet. Maybe it is not. Maybe it is something we do not yet have words for. The silence of the blackout makes every maybe heavier, more haunting. So we begin here with a guest that is not ours, passing through our skies, carrying with it both strangeness and silence. It is small, almost forgettable, yet it asks us to listen closely, to watch, to wait. The story of Three-Eye Atlas is not one of certainty, but of thresholds. Thresholds between knowing and not knowing, between science and speculation, between what is and what could be. Let your thoughts ease into that threshold. There is no need for answers tonight, only for the quiet unfolding of possibility. A visitor has arrived, and already it carries with it something strange across the long record of human watching, of lifting our eyes to the night and asking what might drift there beyond our knowing. Certain objects arrive that change the rhythm of our questions. For centuries, comets and meteors were the visitors we learned to expect. Icy bodies flaring their tails, stones that blazed briefly and fell. They were heralds, omens, curiosities. But in the quiet turn of recent decades, something different began to move across our instruments. Something that seemed not to belong to the family of the solar system at all. The first of these was a body named Oumuamua. It was 2017 when it arrived, without warning, without even a whisper of its approach. Astronomers scanning the sky for near-Earth objects noticed a faint, fast-moving trace. It was already leaving when it was first recognized. By the time attention gathered, the visitor had slipped through perihelion, racing away, an afterimage more than a presence. What startled observers was not only its trajectory, which made clear it was interstellar, but its shape and motion, an elongated, perhaps flat fragment, tumbling in a way no familiar comet or asteroid seemed to do. There was no shining tail, no gaseous coma marking the release of ice, only silence. A dry traveler, light-shy, slipping past in mute haste. Some said it was a shard from a broken world, flung outward millions of years ago. Others whispered of possibilities stranger still, though all such speculation was wrapped in careful language. Oumuamua did not linger to answer. It tilted and spun, a sliver of some other sun's making, and left us with more questions than certainties. Maybe it was nothing but a rock shaped oddly by collisions. Maybe it was a relic, hardened and strange from drifting through interstellar tides. Or maybe, and only maybe, it was something we could not yet imagine. Then came a second. Borisov, they called it, after the amateur astronomer who first sighted it in 2019. Unlike Oumuamua, this one announced itself more clearly. A long trail of gas and dust marked its path. unmistakable to the seasoned eye as a comet. But its motion revealed it too was not bound to our star. It had wandered in from elsewhere, its icy breath unfurling across the dark. With Borisov, the wonder deepened. Not one, but two interstellar visitors in just a handful of years, after millennia of none that we had ever known. And Borisov was more generous than its predecessor. It shed material, left a trace, allowed our instruments to taste its chemistry. In its vapors, we found kinship with comets of our own solar family, but also differences, subtle shifts in ratios of gases and dust that told of a history written under another sky. The pattern seemed almost deliberate, though reason tells us it could not be. First, a messenger without a tail, cryptic, evasive, like a word half heard in passing. Second, a clear comet, open in its nature, offering itself to study, even if only briefly. Together, they formed a kind of dialogue. One voice speaking in riddles, another in plain cometary language. And then came the third, 3-Eye Atlas, discovered in 2019 by the Atlas Survey in Hawaii. At first, it seemed ordinary, almost like Borisov's sibling, an interstellar comet. Yet even in early observations, contradictions emerged. Its coma, the hazy envelope that should have marked its activity, was faint, inconsistent, as though it could not decide whether to reveal itself or remain concealed. It looked like a comet, and yet not entirely. A hybrid, straddling the line between categories. Astronomers debated. Was it more like Oumuamua, a bare shard pretending to be icy, or more like Borisov, a comet at heart but unusual in its fragility? The motif of three began to take shape in the minds of those who watched the skies. The first messenger, enigmatic, silent, shaped like no comet we knew. The second, unmistakably cometary, but touched with differences that hinted at other worlds. The third, ambiguous, unstable, perhaps caught between identities. Three voices from beyond the solar frontier, each arriving in its own way, each more puzzling than the last. It was as though the universe were giving us a trilogy, each chapter stranger, each verse less certain. And yet, no matter how poetic it feels, these were not messages, but wanderers. They followed their own trajectories, indifferent to the meanings we try to write into them. Still, we cannot help but wonder. Maybe the first came to remind us how little we can recognize when it appears suddenly in our skies. Maybe the second showed us that interstellar space is not barren, but alive with icy remnants of distant systems. And maybe the third is the shadow between categories, the question mark itself, the one that asks us to look closer at what we think we know. Now, as 3-Eye Atlas prepares to slip behind the sun from our vantage, it carries the weight of this lineage. The first, the silent shard. The second, the icy traveler. The third, the unsettled hybrid. Three messengers, each more elusive than the last. And if we look at them as a story, as a sequence unfolding before us, we might say we are reaching the most uncertain chapter. For behind the sun, no instrument on Earth can watch. Signals are cut off, the line of sight blocked. The sky itself conspires to keep secrets. It is a perfect time for silence to deepen, a perfect time for a maneuver, if any were to be made. Perhaps nothing will happen at all. Perhaps it will re-emerge just as expected, trailing faintly, fragile but unchanged. Yet, perhaps the very fact of its vanishing, its moment out of reach, will become the stage for our imagination to swell. For when a traveler slips from sight, what it chooses to do unseen is left entirely to wonder. And so the lineage continues, a shard without a tail, a comet unmistakably so, a hybrid straddling mystery, 1, 2, 3, each more confounding. And now, we wait to see what its silence behind the sun may reveal. It has always been strange to think of motion on a scale so vast that even words like fast and slow lose their meaning. Here on Earth, we measure speed in the feel of wind against skin, in the rush of cars down a highway, in the beating of wings or the sudden dart of a fish beneath the water. But in the deep dark between the stars, where distances are measured in trillions of miles, speed takes on a quieter character. It is less a rush than a persistence, less a sprint than a patient, endless glide. Atlas moves in such a way, not bound by the sun's gravity, not locked in orbit as the planets are. It sweeps along a hyperbolic path. That word, hyperbolic, carries with it both the exact language of mathematics and the softer suggestion of exaggeration. In orbital mechanics, it means that the curve of its path bends, but never closes, never circles back. Unlike an ellipse, which keeps a planet tied, or a parabola, which brushes the edge, a hyperbola is escape itself. A trajectory that comes in, bends near the focus, and drifts out, never to return. For astronomers charting this object, the numbers tell a clear story. Its inclination, tilted against the familiar planes of planetary orbits, marks it as a stranger. Its velocity, even before it crossed the threshold of our solar boundary, exceeded the escape speed of the sun. There is no way to tether it here. It is not of this family, not a cousin to comets born in the Oort cloud. Its birthplace is elsewhere, perhaps in a system whose star has long since drifted far from ours, perhaps in the quiet aftermath of a planetary collision that sent fragments sailing outward into the great night. And yet, though the equations that describe its movement are precise, the imagination cannot help but soften them into gentler images. To picture it, one might imagine a stone skipping across a pond, not one that leaps and falls again, but one that glances once across the water's surface and continues on, carrying with it the mark of its angle and speed. The solar system is that pond, wide and glimmering, and 3i Atlas touches it briefly, altering its path only slightly as it bends around the sun before sliding back into the shadows beyond. Astronomers, patient and methodical, use arrays of instruments to trace this skip. Each observation, a faint dot of light against a crowded background of stars, must be measured, compared, adjusted. From those dots, they reconstruct the arc. They calculate the approach, the way it entered from above the plane of the planets, the tilt of its inclination, the steepness of its dive. They watch how it accelerates as the sun's pull draws it inward, and how it will slow again as it departs. In their models, the path becomes a ribbon curving through space, a luminous thread draped across the map of the solar system. But beyond the numbers lies a deeper sense of scale. To reach us at all, 3i Atlas may have traveled for millions, even billions of years. Imagine a shard torn free from its home, wandering in the cold, unlit gulf, where stars are sparse and no warmth gathers. Imagine it passing within sight of countless suns, slipping by worlds that will never know it, carrying with it a memory of collisions and dispersals long forgotten. By the time it reaches our neighborhood, it has already lived lifetimes of motion. We are not its beginning, nor will we be its end. We are a single glance in its journey, a momentary reflection in a long, dark mirror. And still, within that brevity, we search for meaning. What secrets does its orbit hold? What does its trajectory whisper about the forces that shaped it? Each curve and angle tells a history, though most of that history is lost in the blank distances it has crossed. All we can see is the present arc, the way it comes in steeply, brushes the inner system, and will depart, fading into the outer night. Like a phrase half heard, its full story remains unfinished. If you step back and think of the solar system itself as a kind of garden, then objects like 3I Atlas are visitors who enter through a hidden gate, walk a single path, and leave by another exit. They do not pause among the planets, do not circle to return. They remind us that the garden is not walled, that its edges are porous, and that other realms lie just beyond. Perhaps countless fragments like this one drift across the galaxy at any given moment, each on its own silent course, unseen unless chance aligns them with our telescopes. In this way, 3I Atlas is both ordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary, because physics dictates its path with clarity. Extraordinary, because of how rarely we are allowed to witness such paths at all. Its hyperbolic orbit is not a mystery in the strict sense. It is exactly what the equations predict for an unbound traveler. And yet, the human mind cannot help but see it as more than math. A line across the stars, a fleeting brush with something outside the circle of the familiar. For a time, its trajectory brings it closer to the sun, into the region where glare and brilliance overwhelm faint signals. The pond's surface shines too brightly, and the reflection is lost. Soon, even the best instruments will not be able to track it, its faint light drowned by solar fire. And in that pause, in that blackout of sight, imagination will have room to grow. But soon, the pond's reflection vanishes in glare. It is one thing to trace the path of a visitor across the sky. Numbers and equations can carry that story with an almost comforting precision. But it is another thing to ask, what is this traveler made of? What substance, what character, what nature does it carry as it drifts through our system? That question is more elusive, more restless, because the answers flicker and shift with every observation, leaving us with something less like certainty and more like whispers of contradiction. When astronomers first looked more closely at 3I Atlas, they expected perhaps a comet, a faint halo of gas and dust rising from a frozen body as the sun's warmth gently teased its volatile ices into space. That would have been familiar, reassuring in its own way, and indeed at times it seemed to behave that way. There were traces of activity, moments when it brightened as though shedding material. But the rhythm was wrong. The pattern broke the rules. Its glow shifted unpredictably, brighter one day, dimmer the next, without the kind of steady escalation we usually see as comets descend toward the sun. Brightness is a delicate measure. It is not just a number of photons counted by a detector. It is a kind of voice, telling astronomers what processes might be unfolding on a tiny body millions of miles away. For 3I Atlas, that voice trembled and cracked, as if struggling to keep a consistent tone. The instability hinted at something irregular happening beneath the surface. Perhaps fragments were breaking free, perhaps volatile pockets of gas were releasing in sudden spurts, or perhaps it was something stranger, an object with properties we do not fully recognize. Gas emissions, too, carried their own puzzle. In typical comets, the chemistry follows a pattern. Water vapor dominates, with other familiar volatiles, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, adding their voices in known proportions. But for 3I Atlas, the signals were inconsistent. Some measurements suggested activity, yet others found little to no trace of the expected gases. It was as if the object wanted to present itself as cometary, but could not hold that disguise for long. A masquerade half believed, half abandoned. This inconsistency fueled speculation. Could it be fragmenting? A body too fragile to hold itself together, cracking under the stress of solar heating and gravitational tides? If so, then perhaps its flickering light was the echo of that disintegration, each burst of brightness a piece of itself torn away. Fragmentation has been seen before in comets, though usually with more decisive, dramatic displays. With 3-eye Atlas, the signs were subtler, quieter, as though it were dissolving with hesitation rather than violence. Astronomers compared it to its predecessors, Oumuamua, which showed no cometary coma at all, yet accelerated mysteriously as if pushed by something unseen. Borisov, unmistakably comet-like, streaming a clear and familiar tail. And now, here was the third messenger. Neither one nor the other. A hybrid that seemed undecided. Not fully comet, not fully inert. A body that carried hints of activity but refused to settle into a category. 3 objects, 3 riddles, each deepening the puzzle instead of resolving it. To speak of its nature is to stand in a place of unknowing. We see the brightness shift, but cannot say why. We note the gas, or its absence, but cannot trace the pattern. We suspect fragmentation, but cannot confirm the scale. It is a stranger who offers only partial truths, who answers questions with averted eyes. And in that silence, imagination stirs again. Could there be layers of ice we do not yet recognize? Could it be made of exotic compounds, shaped in environments unlike anything our solar system has known? Could it be, as some quietly wonder, something not entirely natural at all? Such thoughts are hedged, softened, spoken carefully. The weight of science asks for restraint, for humility before evidence, and yet the mind drifts, as it always has, toward the edges of possibility. If not this, then perhaps that. If not comet, then what? A fragment of a shattered exoplanet? A crust of interstellar debris? A messenger that carries within its inconsistent behavior a story of origins we cannot yet decipher? The mystery is not only in what shines, but in how it fades. For each flare of light, there is also shadow. For each trace of gas, there is silence. We are left with an object that resists definition, a traveler who refuses to reveal its full face. Perhaps it is that refusal that makes it so captivating. If it behaved like a typical comet, it would be interesting, yes, but not extraordinary. Instead, it holds itself apart, straddling categories, unsettling our neat boxes of classification. And so, astronomers wait and watch. Every fragment of data is a clue, every inconsistency a reminder of how little we know. Its nature remains a riddle, shifting between brightness and darkness, between activity and silence. Yet the greatest uncertainty is not what we see, but what we cannot. There is a date that lingers like a whisper in the calendars of those who watch the skies. October 29th. Not because of an alignment of planets or an eclipse seen from Earth, but because of a quieter, stranger event. On that day, 3-eye Atlas passes behind the sun, hidden from our sight, cloaked by the brilliance of a star that blinds even the most patient instruments. It is not destruction. It is not the end of its journey. But for us, for those who measure and record, it is a vanishing, a moment of silence, a blackout. The countdown has already begun. Each night that passes, each calculation made, narrows the distance between the object and that moment of disappearance. Astronomers trace the arc of its approach. The deep dive past the inner system. The increasing glare. The way its path angles toward the solar furnace. They know the mathematics well. They know when the sun's glare will overpower all signals, when the faint dot of light will be swallowed in brilliance. The equations are precise. The uncertainty comes not from the when, but from the what. The sun has always been both a giver and a thief of vision. Its light sustains life here on Earth, and yet that same radiance blinds us to so much else. Even in daytime, stars vanish, galaxies disappear from view, the wider cosmos concealed behind a blue veil. For 3-eye Atlas, the sun becomes an even heavier curtain. No telescope on Earth can pierce through that fire. No orbital eye can stare directly through the blaze, without losing the faintest signal. To watch an object slip behind the sun is to lose it utterly, as though it has stepped into a doorway that closes behind it. October 29th is the threshold. Before that day, the visitor remains traceable, faint but present, a line drawn against the darkness. After that day, we wait. We wait for it to reappear on the other side, emerging slowly from the veil, if indeed it emerges as we expect. And in that waiting, suspense grows. For there is always the possibility that what disappears does not return in the same way, or does not return at all. Astronomers call this kind of event an occultation, a hiding. But here it takes on a special weight because of what we cannot see and what we cannot measure. It is in effect a blind spot in the cosmos, a patch of time when knowledge falters, when the clean lines of data give way to a silence that invites speculation. And speculation, once invited, rarely leaves quietly. For some, this is simply a pause, a necessary gap in observation. The object continues on its path, unaffected by our blindness. It does not vanish in reality, only in perception. Yet for others, the moment feels charged. A hidden interval, a window when something could happen unseen. If 3i Atlas were to fragment, or to shift, or to alter course in some unexpected way, the sun would conceal it. We would know only when it emerged again, if it did, and by then, the mystery might already have deepened. The image is almost mythic. The sun as a curtain of fire, the object slipping behind it like an actor departing the stage, leaving the audience in darkness to imagine what unfolds off-scene. The human mind is rarely content with silence. It fills the gap with stories, with wonderings, with fears. Maybe nothing will happen. Maybe everything will. Maybe the absence itself is the story. October 29th becomes, then, not just a date, but a symbol. A reminder that even in our age of constant surveillance, of satellites and deep space telescopes, there are still moments when the universe withholds itself. Still times when we are forced to sit in unknowing, to accept a blind spot we cannot penetrate. And in that acceptance, we feel again the fragility of our place, the humility of not seeing all. The countdown is not dramatic. No clock ticks loudly in the sky. Instead, it is quiet, marked by orbital models and faint detections. But beneath that quiet, there is tension, a soft suspense that builds as the day approaches. For those who follow it, October 29th feels like a door closing. And when it does, the waiting begins. And in that shadow, possibilities emerge. Now we move deeper into the quiet of the mystery, into the moment when even the best eyes must close. For all of human history, our vision of the heavens has been shaped by one paradoxical truth. The very star that grants us sight also blinds us. The sun, steady and vital, makes every observation possible by illuminating our world. Yet at the same time, it conceals the wider universe behind its brilliance. And when an object such as 3i Atlas slips into that blinding zone, it is as though the curtain of vision itself falls shut. This is what astronomers call solar conjunction. It is not a rare phenomenon. Every planet, every spacecraft, every wandering comet eventually finds itself on the far side of the sun from Earth's perspective. But each time it happens, a peculiar stillness descends on the act of watching. Telescopes, whether rooted to the ground or orbiting above Earth's atmosphere, are bound to line of sight. They see only in straight paths, tracing the light that falls unbroken into their mirrors and sensors. When the sun stands between, those paths vanish, replaced by a brilliance so overwhelming that nothing else can register. It is not merely brightness in the way we know it. The sun's glare saturates detectors, floods their sensors with excess light, and scatters into halos that erase the faintest signals. Imagine holding a candle in front of your eyes while searching for the glimmer of a firefly in the distance. No matter how keen your vision, the firefly disappears, not because it is gone, but because the candle has claimed all perception. On cosmic scales, the sun is that candle, radiant beyond compare, drowning all fainter voices around it. For spacecraft, the effect can be just as limiting. Signals from probes such as Voyager or New Horizons grow unstable during solar conjunction, their radio messages scattered and distorted as they pass near the sun's corona. Communication pauses, not because the spacecraft have ceased to speak, but because the noise of the star drowns their words. In those days of blackout, mission teams wait, patient and powerless, until the geometry shifts and the path clears once again. Astronomers have long used occultations, moments when an object passes in front of another, to learn hidden details. A star dimming behind a planet can reveal the outline of an atmosphere. A radio signal bending during an eclipse can uncover the structure of gravity itself, as Einstein's theories once predicted. But a solar occultation is of another kind. It does not clarify, it conceals. It is the moment when knowledge itself enters shadow. For 3I Atlas, this passage behind the sun is more than a temporary inconvenience. It is a pause in a story already written in fragments. Its brightness has been erratic, its nature inconsistent. We have only half seen it, half understood it. And now, just when its path curves nearest to the heart of the system, just when the clues might grow sharper, the door closes. Observations end. What it becomes during those hidden days, we cannot know. There is something almost theatrical in this timing. A visitor appears, displays a flicker of mystery, and then vanishes behind the most luminous curtain imaginable. It is as though the universe itself understands suspense and stage manages it with precision. Perhaps this is coincidence. Perhaps it is simply geometry, the clockwork of orbital motion. Yet, to the mind that listens for meaning, it feels charged, weighted with possibility. The blackout zone is not only a physical blindness, but a symbolic one. It reminds us of the limits of human perception, of how fragile even our greatest tools remain. With all our telescopes, our satellites, our arrays of detectors spread across Earth and orbit, we are still undone by a single star's glare. Our vision is vast, but it is not infinite. There remain angles we cannot see, shadows we cannot lift, silences we cannot pierce. And yet, there is a strange comfort in this too. Blindness has always been a part of discovery. The gaps in knowledge are what allow imagination to move forward, to ask questions larger than the data. When the eyes close, the mind begins to paint. Just as ancient skywatchers filled their horizons with gods and myths, so too does modern science, in quieter ways, fill its gaps with hypotheses, with careful speculation. A solar conjunction becomes not only an absence, but an invitation. You drifting now may sense the weight of this silence. It is not threatening. It is not an abyss to fear. It is more like a room with the lights dimmed, where shapes blur and outlines soften, leaving space for thought to wander. Perhaps in this room, 3I Atlas is unchanged, continuing its path without incident. Or perhaps something subtle happens there, unseen, unmeasured, a change that will only be revealed later. Maybe it fragments, maybe it stabilizes, maybe it shifts in ways too delicate for us to ever confirm. The truth is that the sun keeps its secrets well. In the heart of the glare, we are blind, and blindness invites wonder. If you find your thoughts drifting now, that is natural. The very phenomenon we describe is one of drifting, of a body disappearing, of perception slipping into absence, of questions unmoored from certainty. The blackout is less an event than a condition, a space where imagination is allowed to breathe. Soon, the object will emerge again, sliding back into view from behind the sun's edge. Then the measurements will resume and the story will continue in the language of data. But here, in this interval, the narrative is looser, freer, shaped not by what we know, but by what we cannot. The silence itself becomes the subject. In blindness, imagination fills the void. Carrying this thought onward, we arrive at a peculiar suggestion, one that hovers at the edge of speculation but refuses to let go. The idea that when vision is denied, action becomes invisible. To astronomers, the blackout of solar conjunction is a frustrating pause, a gap in data, a window where the world's most powerful instruments are rendered mute. But to the imagination, to the mind tuned toward possibility, it is also a curtain, an exquisite stage curtain, that falls at just the right moment. Behind such a curtain, anything could happen, and no one would see. For a natural traveler, like a comet, the blackout means nothing. Its orbit continues, obeying the mechanics of gravity with unblinking consistency. It does not know it is hidden. It does not pause, does not shift its course deliberately. It simply sails onward, unseen but unaltered, as it has done for millions of years. But if the visitor were not entirely natural, if it carried within it some fragment of intent, then the very geometry of the sun would grant it cover. Perfect time for a turn. Perfect time for a burn. Perfect time for silence to conceal movement. Astronomers know this instinctively, though they rarely frame it in such theatrical terms. Every craft humanity has sent into deep space has had to endure the quiet of solar conjunction. Commands are suspended, observations delayed, because the risk of lost signals is too high. Yet, precisely for that reason, conjunction is also the one period where changes might occur unnoticed. If a spacecraft altered its trajectory behind the sun, even the most vigilant watcher on Earth would not know until it emerged again. Now, imagine that reality transposed onto something not built by human hands. 3i Atlas drifts into the sun's glare, bright but unstable, already whispering strangeness through its inconsistent brightness. The moment it vanishes, so too does our certainty. If there were to be a maneuver, some subtle shift in its velocity, some correction impossible for a natural comet, that moment would be wrapped in perfect invisibility. Perfect time for a turn. Perfect time for a burn. Perfect time for a choice that leaves no witness. The repetition here is not idle. It echoes the rhythm of speculation, the pulse of possibility. Our own spacecraft use burns, short bursts of propulsion, to adjust their courses with precision. A few meters per second of change, applied at the right moment, can alter a trajectory across millions of kilometers. If 3i Atlas were to do the same, even minutely, it could chart a wholly different course than expected. And when it reappeared on the far side of the sun, the difference might be so subtle, so buried in the uncertainties of orbital measurement, that no one would recognize it at first. This is not to claim it will happen, or even that it is likely. It is only to observe that the timing allows for it. The blackout zone offers cover, a veil across the stage of the solar system. And veils invite the question, what, if anything, is happening beneath them? Consider how this mirrors the human experience of eclipse. When the moon covers the sun, we are not simply blinded. We are transformed into witnesses of absence. The sky darkens, shadows sharpen, and for a moment, it feels as though the universe has changed its rules. Yet the event is only geometry. Nothing fundamental alters. Still, we cannot help but feel that it is a perfect stage for something unseen to occur. Solar conjunction is the same, but inverted. Instead of Earth being plunged into shadow, It is our vision of a traveler that is eclipsed. And in that shadow, speculation thrives. Perfect time for a turn, perfect time for a burn, perfect time for mystery to deepen. Astronomers themselves sometimes whisper this unease, not about aliens or intention, but about vulnerability. If a spacecraft were to malfunction during conjunction, the ground would not know until days later. If a comet were to fragment, the pieces might go unseen until the blackout lifts. A blackout is not only a lack of data, but a lack of warning. It is a reminder that even in this age of global networks and continuous surveillance, the cosmos retains the power to hide things from us, completely and without effort. And so, imagination steps in. What if Three-Eye Atlas is more than stone and ice? What if its passage through the glare is not merely passive? Perhaps it is only a poetic metaphor. Yet the metaphor lingers, a traveler choosing to make its quietest, most decisive moves in the one place no one can watch. This is not the language of certainty, nor should it be. It is the language of wondering aloud, of opening the mind to what the geometry allows. In another sense, the blackout is simply an opportunity to reflect on intent itself. What does it mean to act unseen? Humanity itself has long used shadows and nights for cover, journeys taken in darkness, decisions made in secrecy. The sun, by its very brightness, creates such a night in reverse, not for us, but for whatever might pass behind it. Perfect time for a turn, perfect time for a burn, perfect time for silence to speak in ways we cannot measure. And you, listening now, may notice how these words stretch into repetition, like an orbit itself, circling, returning, revisiting the same point with a slightly altered angle. This is not accidental. The mind, like the comet, loops back on itself, carrying questions into each new pass. Was there a maneuver? Was there nothing? Was there something subtle that will only become clear much later, when the trajectory diverges just enough to spark doubt? There is a quiet suspense in this unknowing, a stillness like the held breath of a stage before the curtain rises again. Perhaps Three-Eye Atlas will emerge unchanged, as comets always do, indifferent to human speculation. Perhaps it will shine differently, or fracture, or fade. And perhaps, in some corner of thought, it has already shifted in ways we cannot yet see. What if the traveler chooses this moment? From here, the silence gathers itself into a wider image, and the sun, once thought of only as a blinding source of light, begins to take on another role entirely. It is not only the giver of energy and the center of our planetary system. At certain moments, it becomes a screen, a vast curtain of radiance across which mysteries may pass unseen. To stare toward it is to be dazzled into blindness. Yet that very blindness makes the sun into a kind of cosmic stage, concealing whatever drifts through its brilliance. The image is almost theatrical. Picture a curtain descending at the end of an act, leaving the audience in temporary suspension. Something may shift behind the folds, something may be prepared for the next scene, but no one in the hall is permitted to see. The sun performs this role with effortless power. Its glare renders instruments mute. Its fire drowns the delicate light of passing bodies, and the most sensitive telescopes bow to its command. Three-Eye Atlas, like other wanderers before it, will step behind this curtain. For a time, it will not exist to us. This is not new in astronomy. Solar occultations, eclipses, and conjunctions have long been woven into the rhythm of discovery. Sometimes, ironically, it is only in the shadow that revelations appear. The total solar eclipse of 1919 offered the first observational proof of Einstein's general theory of relativity. As the moon covered the sun, stars appeared just near its edge, their light bent by the sun's gravity. For centuries, that effect had been unknowable. swallowed by brightness. In a few minutes of shadow, the universe yielded one of its deepest truths. Yet eclipses carry another weight, one far older than modern science. Ancient cultures regarded them with awe and dread. The sun vanishing from the sky meant more than an alignment of celestial bodies. It meant hidden forces at play, battles of gods or dragons swallowing the light. The very act of concealment gave birth to myth. What else could it mean if the eternal fire itself could be veiled? Perhaps the same thought now stirs faintly when we watch a traveler slip behind that brilliance. Something is hidden there, whether in truth or only in imagination. Solar fire has always suggested secrecy. In Mesopotamian texts, the sun was a judge, all-seeing, yet also a veil through which divine messages passed. In Egyptian thought, the sun god Ra traveled through the underworld each night, hidden from mortal view, only to rise again in triumph. Even in modern metaphors, we speak of burning away the unknown in sunlight, as if the star itself were both revelation and concealment. It is both the torch and the curtain, exposing and hiding at once. For the astronomer, this duality is practical. The sun blinds the instruments that seek to watch faint stars or passing comets, yet at the same time, it offers the perfect screen for experiments in gravity, plasma, and light. Spacecraft are designed with this paradox in mind, to avoid the peril of solar glare while occasionally using it as a measuring tool. And for 3i Atlas, the sun now becomes that paradox embodied, a place where knowledge ends and possibility begins. Think of it this way. To observe the heavens is to watch shadows move against a background of light. Stars, planets, comets, all are only visible because they interrupt, reflect, or emit light. But when something moves into the very heart of radiance, it is as if the page of the universe has been overwritten in white. Nothing can be inscribed there. That absence is itself a message. Not now, not yet. And so the sun becomes a cosmic screen, projecting absence as much as presence. To us, it is a wall of brightness. To the traveler, it is simply another part of its endless path. The contrast is almost philosophical. What blinds one mind may mean nothing at all to another. You, drifting here in thought, might imagine what it feels like to slip behind that glare, to be present, real, intact, and yet erased from all eyes. There is a quiet poetry in that erasure. It calls to memory another kind of silence. The way Voyager spacecraft, now beyond the sun's dominion, once vanished into radio quiet during conjunction. For weeks at a time, humanity could not reach them, could not hear their faint voices. They were still there, still flying, still alive. But to us they became abstractions, placeholders, mathematical predictions. Only when they re-emerged from the solar screen did their voices return. The same will be true for 3i Atlas. Until the curtain lifts, we do not know whether it remains steady or whether it has changed. Ancient myths often imagined that what disappeared into the sun returned altered. Heroes passed into solar fire and emerged renewed. Souls journeyed into the blaze to be judged or purified. Perhaps these stories were only reflections of eclipse and shadow, of the unsettling knowledge that even the most constant star could, for a time, be obscured. But they also resonate with what we feel now. 3i Atlas enters the sun's screen not just as an object of data, but as a symbol. When it returns, we will wonder whether it is the same. The stage curtain waits, the silence stretches, and the metaphor deepens. The sun, giver of vision, also withholds vision. In this paradox lies the tension of all observation. There are things we cannot see, and yet, in that very blindness, meaning multiplies. If the sun were not so bright, there would be no mystery here. We would track 3i Atlas as it passed, uninterrupted, a clean line across the sky. Instead, we face a void, and the void is fertile. And so we wait, watching the silence. Carrying the thought onward, silence becomes more than just the absence of sound. In astronomy, silence often takes the shape of missing data, of instruments reporting nothing but background static, of dashboards and feeds that remain flat and empty when once they were alive with motion. When an object like 3i Atlas disappears into the sun's glare, the silence is not metaphorical alone. It becomes literal in the language of observation. The telescopes do not send coordinates. The radar stations do not report echoes. The lines of numbers stop flowing. What was once a living trace on a screen turns into an absence, a waiting space where knowledge used to reside. It is a strange experience for astronomers who are accustomed to living in the rhythm of streams and signals. Normally, a comet or interstellar visitor is a thread of data points stretching night after night, stitched together into an orbit, a prediction, a model of the future. But during solar conjunction, that thread is cut cleanly. For days, then weeks, no new points are added. The line does not continue, it simply halts. It is as though time itself has paused for the traveler, even while the universe carries on. The feeds are eerily quiet. No sudden rise in brightness, no oscillation of the curve, no spectral lines of outgassing shifting with the sun's winds. Silence takes their place, and silence, though empty, is also heavy. Astronomers know the object is still moving, still real, still subject to gravity and light, but the quiet in their instruments feels otherwise. A mind that has become used to listening struggles when the sound vanishes. You might imagine sitting in a control room late at night, rows of monitors glowing softly. For weeks, the screens have shown their steady rhythm, lines climbing, dipping, shaping the comet's story. Then suddenly, the graphs flatten. The feeds remain but carry no mark of the visitor. The object has not been lost, but it might as well be invisible. That room, once alive with the hum of discovery, falls into a peculiar kind of suspense. There is nothing to do but wait. Nothing to do but wonder. In astronomy, waiting is not unusual. Observers are used to the slow return of the seasons, the patient movement of planets, the rhythm of years before certain alignments repeat. But this waiting feels different. It is not simply patience with the cosmos. It is blindness imposed by the cosmos itself. The sun demands obedience. For now, nothing can be seen, nothing can be tracked. The most advanced telescopes in orbit avert their gaze. The most sensitive dishes on Earth refuse to pierce the glare. The silence is complete, and silence, when drawn out, plays tricks on the human mind. It becomes a canvas for unease. We expect to know, to measure, to fill in the blanks. And when the blanks remain, the imagination begins to stir. Astronomers know the probabilities. Most likely, the object will emerge just as it entered, its path unchanged. But the certainty is never complete. Perhaps it fragments behind the sun. Perhaps it outgasses violently, altering its trajectory. Perhaps something we cannot predict occurs. The silence does not deny these possibilities, and in doing so, it magnifies them. Silence in the data is not entirely rare. Spacecraft have gone quiet before, whether in solar conjunction or in the vast distances beyond Saturn and Neptune. There are days when the antennas on Earth listen and receive nothing but noise. That noise in itself is not strange. It is the silence hidden within it that disturbs. The expected signal should be there, nestled like a faint voice inside the static. And when it is absent, even momentarily, unease spreads. The quiet has meaning. In this case, it is not the spacecraft that falls silent, but our instruments, blinded by the sun. the traveler does not vanish in reality. It continues across the blackness, following its orbit, pulled by the same invisible laws that govern all things. Yet, to us, its absence feels like a withdrawal. It is a reminder that our vision is not total, our reach not infinite. We are creatures of limited perspective, and sometimes, even in our most advanced age, we are asked to sit still and wait. For astronomers, weeks without data can feel like an eternity. They check their models, update predictions, watch the numbers shift slightly with each recalculation. But the numbers are abstractions. They are confidence intervals, not certainties. The actual object, the one they seek, remains hidden. The silence draws a line between knowing and not knowing. On one side, the past, the measured. On the other, the future, suspended in question. Between them, the sun burns, erasing the bridge. This unease has a philosophical echo. What does it mean to live with silence? What does it mean to face an unknown that no instrument, no matter how advanced, can penetrate? In those weeks of blackout, humanity is reminded of its blindness. We may send probes to distant planets, map the microwave background of the universe, and measure the faint tremors of colliding black holes. But when an object passes behind our star, we are reduced to waiting, to trusting that time will bring it back into sight. For those who drift into these thoughts, the silence may feel familiar. It is the same silence of night when the world quiets, the same silence of oceans when the wind falls still, the same silence of waiting for news that does not arrive. In each case, the mind fills the gap with its own reflections. What if this? What if that? What if nothing at all? Silence does not erase thought. It amplifies it. Astronomers describe this interval clinically. Loss of observability. Yet beneath that phrase lies a human experience of absence, of waiting, of imagination held in tension. There is a subtle anxiety, not sharp, not overwhelming, but steady. Each day that passes without data makes the return more anticipated, more fraught with possibility. The silence itself becomes a kind of drama. And so, the weeks stretch on. Instruments wait. Minds wait. The sky continues, but one line of its story has gone dark. In that darkness, speculation begins to stir. What might emerge when the curtain of light lifts? Will the traveler look the same, or will its silence have changed it? When sight is gone, speculation awakens. Now, as the silence lingers, another image comes into focus. Not of what we see, but of what we cannot. For centuries, humanity has been engaged in a patient act of cartography, not only of the earth beneath our feet, but of the sky above. Every generation has added to this celestial map, plotting stars, comets, galaxies, and the faint smudges of light that later revealed themselves to be whole clusters of worlds. And today, in the age of space telescopes and survey missions, we often imagine the sky as complete. Every patch charted, every corner measured, every darkness filled with data. Yet here, during the blackout of 3i Atlas, a hole appears in the map. A blank, uncolored space, an intentional void. To the astronomer, such holes are unsettling because they are rare. The modern era has trained us to believe that almost nothing in the heavens escapes our gaze. Automated surveys sweep the sky every night, cataloging thousands of new asteroids and variable stars. Radio arrays listen for signals across 1,000 frequencies. Even satellites designed for weather and communication now yield scientific data about the solar wind and cosmic rays. It is difficult to imagine a true blind spot, a region where our instruments simply cannot follow. And yet the sun, ancient and commanding, creates exactly that. For several weeks, the sky becomes incomplete. Where the object should be, there is only brightness, washing out the stars, bleaching the faint glow of the visitor into invisibility. Our maps, which trace the continuous arcs of orbits and trajectories, stop abruptly. Like an unfinished line on a drawing, they trail into the solar glare and leave us staring at absence. It is as though an eraser has moved across the cosmos, leaving one section of the page white and blank. What makes this void so compelling is its rarity. In most fields of modern science, gaps are being steadily closed. We now chart the seafloor with satellites, trace the genetic code of life, and simulate the first fractions of a second after the Big Bang. Yet the blackout of an interstellar traveler reminds us that, even in an age of apparent completeness, there remain places where knowledge halts. And perhaps it is precisely because the whole is so small, so temporary, that it commands such attention. We know where the visitor was. We can calculate where it should be. But in this one interval, the most basic act of seeing is denied. The human mind has never been comfortable with blanks on the map. The early explorers of Earth filled their charts with sea monsters and imagined lands, decorating the unknown with stories to make the silence bearable. The cartographers of the night sky did the same, drawing constellations across the unmeasured black. To leave a space empty is to invite fear, or at least unease. What if something lurks there? What if the absence conceals not nothing, but something greater than we expect? And so this blackout becomes more than an observational limitation. It takes on the character of mystery itself. We can map every other region of the sky, yet here, for weeks, there is a deliberate void. It is almost as though the universe itself has chosen to withhold this section, to draw a curtain across one act while the others remain illuminated. The effect is theatrical, but also deeply human. What we cannot see often frightens us most. The idea is subtle, but persistent. We trust what we can measure. We relax in the presence of numbers, graphs, images. They give form to our understanding. They quiet the restless imagination. But when those measures vanish, when the instruments offer only silence, the unknown grows larger than its boundaries. A small blank can feel infinite. A short pause can feel endless. And so, the hole in the sky takes on proportions beyond its size. Even in practical terms, astronomers are forced to reckon with this absence. Their models become uncertain. Their predictions spread like the widening mouth of a river delta, growing broader as time passes. The longer the blackout lasts, the less precise the calculations become. Each day adds a fraction of uncertainty, until the object's return carries with it an edge of suspense. Will it reappear exactly where we expect? Or will it drift slightly off course, whispering of changes hidden in the silence? The metaphor extends beyond astronomy. In our lives, too, the blank spaces often feel heaviest. The unanswered message, the pause in conversation, the waiting for a result that does not come. Each of these is a kind of blackout, a map with a missing piece. And each one provokes the same questions that haunt the astronomer's mind. What lies behind the silence? What shifts beyond our sight? Perhaps that is why the imagery of maps has always resonated so deeply. To map is to impose order, to claim knowledge, to declare that nothing is truly unknown. But every map contains its edges. Every map carries its holes. And here, in the blackout of Three-Eye Atlas, the cosmos reminds us that the edges are never truly gone. They merely shift, and sometimes they return where we least expect them. The blackout becomes, then, not just an astronomical event, but a philosophical one. It is a meditation on absence, on the spaces that resist filling. We may draw lines across the universe, we may measure and chart, but there will always be moments when the line breaks, when the chart fades, when the silence reclaims a portion of the sky. And perhaps, in that silence, the universe is whispering something, that the unknown is not a flaw in the map, but a feature of existence itself. And so we find ourselves looking at a hole in the map of the sky, a temporary but profound reminder of limitation. The traveler moves behind the curtain. The data stream halts. The instruments bow to brightness. What remains is a blank. And in that blank, all our questions dwell. So, what might lurk in the unseen? Carrying this thought onward, we arrive at the body itself, the strange traveler known to us as Three-Eye Atlas. A name assigned not by poetry, but by cataloging necessity. A sequence of letters and numbers meant to anchor it in the human archive of the sky. Yet even with this label, the object slips from our grasp, refusing the tidy categories that usually hold such wanderers. Comet? Asteroid? Fragment? None of these boxes sit comfortably around its form. It behaves as though it knows the rules, but has chosen to bend them, sliding between definitions like mist through the gaps of a net. Its brightness, first of all, betrayed expectations. In the early days of observation, telescopes caught it swelling and dimming in ways no simple cometary model could explain. A comet, we are taught, flares as sunlight strikes its frozen surfaces, releasing gas and dust into space. Outgassing creates a predictable rhythm. Approach the sun, brighten, retreat into the dark, fade. Yet Three-Eye Atlas did not follow this song. Its light seemed to flicker with an irregular pulse, sometimes dimmer than expected, sometimes brighter, as though its heart beat to a rhythm we had not yet heard. There is an unease in such irregularity. Scientists attempted to explain it through rotation, imagining that perhaps the body was tumbling, revealing different faces to the sun. Some surfaces might carry volatiles, others be barren stone, and so the brightness would shift. Yet the variations seemed too sharp, too rapid, like a candle flame that wavers not with a breeze, but with some hidden breath from within. The models did not hold steady. Observers were left watching light itself grow unreliable. And then there was the matter of its tail. Comets trail long, luminous streams, two, in fact, one of dust, curved like a painter's stroke, and one of ionized gas, straight as an arrow in the solar wind. These behaviors are well understood, so familiar that even an amateur with binoculars may recognize them in the night sky. But Three-Eye Atlas carried itself differently. Its tails did not conform. Some nights they appeared diffuse and broken, as though the structure had been smeared across space. On others, the tail seemed faint to the point of vanishing, as though the comet had forgotten to carry it. For a traveler of such distance, this inconsistency felt strange, as though the cosmos had delivered a comet without teaching it how to be one. Too unstable for a comet, too diffuse for an asteroid. That was the refrain whispered in papers, in quiet conversations after conferences, in footnotes tucked between careful lines of data. If it was a comet, why did its outgassing defy the physics of sublimation? If it was an asteroid, why was it shedding material at all? The categories blurred, and scientists found themselves chasing a phantom. Not because the body wasn't there, but because its nature would not stay still long enough to pin down. And here, perhaps, lies the deeper unease. To name something is to know it. We name comets and asteroids, meteors and planets, to fix them in our mental cosmos. A word becomes a tether, holding the unknown close enough to study. But with Three-Eye Atlas, the naming slips away. Every attempt to describe it feels like holding water in the hand. Clear for a moment, then gone. Even language begins to feel unsteady, like a bridge swaying in the wind. For those who watched its behavior night after night, there was a sense of watching a creature both familiar and alien, like seeing an animal shaped like a bird but moving like a fish. It was not that its actions were entirely impossible, only that they belonged to a script we had not yet read. Was it breaking apart, fragment by fragment, too fragile to survive its approach to the sun? Or was it cloaking itself in a kind of veil, a loose cloud of debris that confused our instruments? The truth may lie somewhere between. Perhaps it was a fragile relic, a wanderer that had crossed interstellar space for uncounted eons, finally crumbling under the stress of our star's light. Or perhaps it was a fragment of something larger, a shard torn from a distant system, still carrying echoes of its birth environment. In either case, its refusal to conform left us not with answers, but with mirrors. Reflections of how little we truly know about the kinds of bodies that drift between stars. And in the silence of observation, one begins to wonder about intention. Not conscious intention, but cosmic. As though the universe sometimes delivers objects designed to remind us of our limits, designed to remind us that categories are human tools, not universal laws. The cosmos does not care whether we call something comet or asteroid. It simply exists, and in its existence, it may break the boundaries we thought were firm. For you, listening now, imagine the unease of astronomers who traced this body and found themselves unsure what story to tell. To the public, there is comfort in naming. To the scientist, there is responsibility in precision. And yet with 3-Eye Atlas, both comfort and precision slipped away. What remained was only the object itself, shifting in brightness, scattering its inconsistent tails, drifting through our solar system with the quiet persistence of something that resists the net. Perhaps this is why its passage felt more mysterious than even the first interstellar visitor, Oumuamua. That object, elongated and tumbling, carried its own riddles. But with time, models arose, debates sharpened, and theories could be shaped. With 3-Eye Atlas, the data resisted closure. The anomaly lay not in one peculiar measurement, but in the body's refusal to be any single thing. Too much comet to be dismissed, too unstable to be trusted as one, too diffuse to be an asteroid, yet too solid to vanish into dust. The refusal to be defined is, in its way, a kind of definition, a statement that not everything must fit the categories we have built. The cosmos is not a library arranged by subject, but a wilderness, sprawling and ungoverned. Our words are only trails we cut through it. And sometimes, a traveler appears that will not stay on the trail, that moves instead into the undergrowth, leaving us watching as it disappears into mystery. And so we are left with this image, 3-Eye Atlas, flickering in brightness, carrying tales that do not behave, refusing the names we offer, a body that drifts, yet unsettles, not because it is monstrous, but because it does not submit to our need for clarity. Perhaps this is its gift, to remind us that not every visitor will be legible. Some will speak in riddles, and some will remain only questions. Soon, another clue will emerge, stranger still, and with it, the sense that even within uncertainty, deeper mysteries wait. For now, the body itself lingers in the mind, like a sketch half erased, leaving us to wonder what it might mean to meet a traveler that cannot be named. From here, the silence opens into another layer, not of light, but of fracture. For when astronomers studied 3-Eye Atlas with their patient eyes, they began to suspect it was not whole at all. Instead, the object seemed to be unraveling before them, leaving faint traces of itself along its passage. A body already strange in form now revealed another mystery, the possibility that it was breaking apart, scattering fragments like a traveler shedding pieces of its cloak into the wind. Such fragmentation is not unknown in the history of comets. Many wanderers born from ice and dust are fragile things, bound together by ancient glues of frozen gas, stitched across with fractures older than Earth itself. When they draw too near to the sun, these bindings weaken. Heat seeps into fissures, pressure builds, and suddenly the body no longer endures. It splits into siblings, smaller comets that share the same orbit, destined to drift apart across the years. Some of the most beautiful showers of meteors in our skies, like the Perseids or the Geminids, are nothing more than the memory of a broken comet's bones. And yet, with 3I Atlas, the story bends in stranger directions. The reports of fragmentation trails were faint, uncertain. Telescopes noted possible wisps of material trailing behind, subtle extensions of light where none should be. It was as though the body was leaving breadcrumbs of itself, signals of instability written into its glow. But unlike many comets that fracture violently, shedding great sprays of matter in dramatic outbursts, 3I Atlas seemed to unravel slowly, inconsistently, as though unsure whether to hold together or let go. Astronomers speculated about its surface. Perhaps it was unusually porous, riddled with weak seams from its interstellar journey. Imagine a relic wandering for millions of years between the stars, buffeted by cosmic rays, micrometeoroids, and the wear of endless cold. Such a traveler might arrive in our system already wounded, already unstable, like an old ship creaking as it enters a new harbor. In this view, 3I Atlas was not breaking apart because of our sun alone, but because it had carried fragility across unimaginable distances. Its disintegration was the echo of its history. Others wondered if the breaking was not weakness, but transformation. Could the body be wrapped in a loose shroud of debris, held together only faintly, releasing fragments not as failure but as natural shedding? In this image, 3I Atlas drifts like a cloaked figure, casting off folds of its garment into space. A trail of fragments, small and uncertain, becomes a kind of signature. The body does not disintegrate at once. It loosens itself gently, piece by piece, writing its presence across the sky in dissolving ink. For you, drifting with this thought, picture the object as a silent traveler wrapped in a coat too large for it. Each step it takes, another thread unravels. Another corner of the fabric tears away and drifts behind. Over time, the cloak itself thins until the traveler is left exposed, smaller than before, but still moving forward. A comet, an asteroid, or something in between. And yet also a cloak shedder, a weaver unmaking its own garment. If this interpretation is true, then its fragments are not merely debris, but memory. Each piece carries the story of the whole. Tiny shards drifting in orbit around the sun now may one day rain across a planet's skies, or vanish into the solar wind, or drift unnoticed into the dark. But for a moment, they are pieces of a stranger, relics from beyond our system, scattered like relics on an altar, reminding us of how far they have come. There is a quiet eeriness in this. To think that we may not be watching a single object at all, but the unraveling of one into many. To think that when 3I Atlas passes behind the sun, we may never again see it whole, only in fragments, dispersed and fading. Astronomers spoke carefully of this possibility, weighing their words against the uncertainty of their instruments. Faint trails are difficult to confirm. What appears as a fragment could be an illusion of light, a flaw of perspective. Yet the suspicion lingered, like a whisper at the edge of data. This body may be breaking apart before our eyes. And here, speculation takes on a different tone. For if it is disintegrating, what does that mean for its nature? Was it always destined to fall apart under the sun's gaze? A fragile relic not built for the warmth of stars? Or does its fracturing tell us something about where it came from? A system harsher, colder, more violent than ours, leaving its wanderers brittle and unstable? Perhaps the breakage is a message, though not a deliberate one. A clue that survival between stars comes at a cost, and that even the strongest travelers eventually erode. The mind drifts further. What if fragmentation is not merely weakness, but a kind of replication? In breaking, a body multiplies itself. One becomes many, scattered across orbits that may persist for centuries. What was once a single messenger from beyond might, through disintegration, seed our skies with dozens of smaller emissaries, each carrying the same story, the same alien material. To shatter is to spread, to leave more behind than one alone could. In this sense, the cloak cast off by 3i Atlas might be a gift, scattering pieces of interstellar memory into the fabric of our solar system. Yet there is unease too. A fragmenting body is less predictable. Its course may shift as pieces break away, altering momentum. Dust clouds may veil its core, making observation harder. For astronomers, fragments mean uncertainty, and uncertainty means mystery persists. What if the largest piece does not follow the expected path? What if the fragments conceal more than they reveal? The story of fragmentation, then, is not only scientific but symbolic. It reminds us that even in astronomy, the act of breaking can be more illuminating than the act of being whole. We learn not only from steady orbits, but from orbits that fray. We discover not only from enduring bodies, but from those that collapse, scattering their secrets like seeds into the void. And still, a whisper of disquiet lingers. For in each fragment, in each trail of dust, we may glimpse not just the weakness of matter, but the persistence of mystery. The cloak unravels, and yet the figure beneath remains hidden. The pieces do not tell the whole, not yet. They are hints, shadows, rumors carried in light. Perhaps one day we will gather them, hold them in our models, and declare an answer. Or perhaps they will simply drift away, leaving only questions in their wake. But what if those fragments tell a different story? Carrying this thought onward, the story of 3i Atlas unfolds not only in fragments of matter, but in the rhythm of its light. Astronomers measure brightness as faithfully as sailors once measured tides, watching how objects grow faint or bright as they turn, as they breathe, as they shed. For most comets and asteroids, these cycles form a pattern, a predictable curve born of rotation, or jets of vapor, or the simple reflection of sunlight across uneven surfaces. But with 3i Atlas, the pattern is not simple. It is uneven, almost musical, a dance of light and shadow that resists easy naming. Its brightening and dimming cycles did not align neatly with the expectations of a rotating body. If it were spinning in a stable way, astronomers would expect a repeating rhythm, like the steady turning of a wheel reflecting light differently as each face passes by. Instead, the changes were irregular, unpredictable. Brightness surged and dipped with no steady beat. At times, it appeared to grow more luminous than expected. At other times, it dimmed in ways that could not be traced to geometry alone. The light curve was a riddle, a script written in flickers, as though the object itself hesitated between presence and absence. One explanation offered was tumbling. Not the slow, even spin of a balanced body, but the chaotic turn of something irregular. Imagine a stick thrown into water, not spinning like a top, but rolling, flipping, twisting end over end. A body traveling through interstellar space for millions of years could easily acquire such motion. Battered by encounters, uneven outgassing, or collisions with unseen fragments. If 3I Atlas was tumbling, then its surfaces would reflect sunlight in ways both erratic and inconsistent, producing a light curve that mimicked confusion itself. Yet even tumbling cannot explain all. Some suggested asymmetric jets, streams of gas erupting unevenly from its surface. Many comets, as they near the sun, breathe jets from vents of ice, shooting vapor into space like geysers. When those vents are not evenly distributed, the body can wobble, push itself into odd motions, and brighten unpredictably as sunlight catches the released gas. 3I Atlas showed some signs of such activity, but not enough to resolve the strangeness. Its dimming and brightening remained misaligned, as though something more than rotation or jets was in play. Here, speculation finds fertile ground, for the irregular rhythm of its light resembles, in its way, a kind of heartbeat. Not biological, not living, and yet rhythmic enough to suggest a pulse. Faint, irregular, but present. A brightness rising, then falling. A pause, then another rise. Patterns that repeat, but never precisely, as if hinting at an order that slips just beyond our grasp. The curve of its light became for some a metaphor. This traveler from beyond was not simply a stone, nor a fragment of ice, but a body carrying a rhythm, a quiet breath, a hidden beat. To those watching, the light curve became a mirror. In it, they saw not only data, but something of themselves. For humans, too, are creatures of rhythm. The beating of the heart, the cycles of waking and sleep, the pulsing of thought. In the irregular flickers of 3I Atlas, one might sense the echo of cosmic kinship. Not life as we know it, but something that moves in a language of cycles, rises and falls, like us. Perhaps it was coincidence, perhaps it was only physics. Rotation tangled with jets, fragments shifting shadows. And yet, the resemblance to a heartbeat was difficult to ignore. You, listening now, may picture it. A faint light, seen from millions of miles away, flickering as though it were breathing. It grows brighter, then quieter. It pauses, then repeats. A pulse across the blackness. A reminder that even stones can seem alive when we look long enough, when we seek patterns in silence. It is not that the body has intention, perhaps it never could, but the dance of light and shadow invites us to wonder, what does it mean when an object defies our simplest models? What does it say about the limits of knowing? Astronomers recorded these fluctuations carefully, building graphs that rose and fell like the trace of an electrocardiogram. Data became art, curves etched across paper like the quiet sketch of a cosmic pulse. And with each curve came questions. Was this simply the mark of instability? Or was there something deeper, something concealed, some geometry we had not yet considered? Sometimes, in the quiet of long nights, observers spoke of the uncanny quality of such data. To measure light is to measure absence, photons that traveled across the void, carrying the imprint of reflection. When that reflection shifts in ways we do not expect, we sense in it not only science, but mystery. For a moment, the line between lifeless matter and something more begins to blur. We know rationally that this is only a body of ice and dust. And yet, in its flickering, in its uncertain pulse, we cannot help but imagine intention. Perhaps the light is telling us something. Perhaps the irregular rhythm is not random, but the language of a shape unlike any we have modeled. Or perhaps it is the simplest explanation, a shard tumbling end over end, caught in a chaotic spin. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it never was at all. The truth hides, like shadow within brightness, waiting for our instruments to refine, for our patience to deepen. And still, the metaphor lingers, a heartbeat, faint and fragile, carried from beyond our system. A message not written by intelligence, but by the interplay of matter and light, of turning and shedding. If our eyes are mirrors, then perhaps it is us who place the rhythm there, sensing life where none exists. But that too is part of the wonder. The universe gives us puzzles, and in our solving, we reveal not only the object, but ourselves. Soon, we'll face a stranger clue still. Fragments, shadows, pulses, and yet something more. For when a heartbeat is heard, we are drawn to ask, could it mean intention? And a heartbeat often suggests intention. From here, the mystery deepens, not only in the shifting brightness of Three-Eye Atlas, but in the possibility that its very path across the heavens is not what gravity alone would dictate. Motion, after all, is the most fundamental language of the cosmos. Stars orbit the galactic center. Planets fall around their suns, comets loop and arc in long ellipses. And behind all of it is the same quiet law, gravity, pulling with infinite patience, shaping every trajectory into curves that can be predicted and modeled. Yet sometimes, just sometimes, the curves do not match expectation. And when they do not, the silence around those deviations becomes louder than words. Astronomers began, as they always do, by plotting. Observations of Three-Eye Atlas were taken, positions measured against the star field, lines drawn to describe its path. From those lines came a trajectory, hyperbolic, unmistakably interstellar, set on a course that carried it in and then out, never to return. But beneath the confidence of orbital mechanics lay uncertainty. The dots did not always align perfectly with prediction. The residuals, those faint, stubborn differences between where something should be and where it is, began to whisper. And in the space between prediction and reality, imagination enters. This was not the first time. Oumuamua, the first of the interstellar visitors, showed a similar peculiarity. Its trajectory carried a faint but persistent deviation, as though an invisible hand nudged it, not enough to shock, but enough to unsettle. That small acceleration was explained, at least in part, as outgassing, the release of volatile materials, as comets often do when warmed by sunlight. Jets of gas, even invisible to our instruments, could act like miniature thrusters, pushing the object slightly off its pure gravitational course. But the problem with Oumuamua was that no such outgassing was detected. No visible coma, no tail, no cloud of dust or gas, nothing to suggest activity. And yet, the deviation persisted. Borisov, the second interstellar traveler, was different. Clearly cometary, it showed abundant outgassing, jets bright and unmistakable. Its deviations from pure gravity were easier to explain. The push of vapor venting into space made sense there. But with Three-Eye Atlas, the pattern was again uncertain. Yes, it displayed comet-like features. Yes, some emission of gas was detected. But the scale and rhythm of its deviations left room for doubt. The small nudges in its path hinted at a behavior more complex than simple solar heating and venting. Perhaps it is nothing more than irregular jets, opening and closing like sighs across the body's surface, pushing here, releasing there, altering its course in ways both subtle and cumulative. Perhaps the whole mystery dissolves if we only measure longer, refine deeper, and gather more precise data. And yet, the history of interstellar visitors leaves us cautious. For what if this deviation, like that of Oumuamua, is not quite so easily explained? You, drifting in thought now, may picture it as a dance across invisible strings. Gravity is the violinist, bowing with perfect rhythm, the melody of predictable curves. But every so often, a note slides, a string vibrates strangely, and the tune bends out of expectation. Those deviations are the tremors of the unknown, the quiver in the cosmic bow. We measure them as numbers, but we feel them as unease. For, in a universe built upon laws, even small disobedience is unsettling. Astronomers sometimes call them non-gravitational accelerations. A technical phrase, and yet what it means is simple: movement without visible cause. To see a body drift slightly away from its expected path is to glimpse the hand of something we cannot yet identify. Maybe it is mundane. Jets of ice, uneven heating, internal fractures venting gas into the void. But maybe, just maybe, the explanation is not so simple. Maybe it is a new kind of interaction, a property we have not fully recognized. Or, though few dare to suggest it openly, maybe it is motion shaped by design. This is where speculation begins to walk alongside science. Oumuamua's deviation gave rise to one of the most controversial suggestions of recent years, that it might be artificial, perhaps a fragment of some interstellar sail, pushed not by jets of vapor, but by sunlight itself. Radiation pressure, subtle but constant, could shift an object if it were thin enough, wide enough, light enough to catch the photons. It was not proof, far from it. But it was enough to spark debate. And in that debate, wonder flourished. So too with 3I Atlas. If its path deviates, then what is the cause? Are we watching jets that happen to fall outside our models? Are we watching a body that behaves like a comet in some ways, but not in others? Or, and here the question lingers, are we watching something that carries echoes of Oumuamua's mystery, another traveler whose path feels slightly bent? Gravity is a law, and laws, when broken, do not collapse. They bend, they tremble, they whisper that something else is at work. We stand in that whisper now, a body that refuses definition, fragments that drift like pieces of a cloak, a heartbeat of light that cannot be explained, and now, perhaps, a path that deviates, just enough to remind us how fragile our models can be. If your thoughts wander here, let them. For the deviations themselves are not a verdict, only a question. A reminder that even the smallest discrepancies carry weight, that every curve in the sky is a test of understanding. To measure, to model, and to find a difference, this is where science breathes. And this is also where imagination wakes. Soon, we'll follow that imagination further still, into the spaces where deviation suggests more than mechanics, where path becomes parable, and where the law itself seems to bend. For gravity is a law, but sometimes it feels bent. From here, the silence opens into another layer, not of light, but of motion. For every traveler through the cosmos leaves behind a trace, an invisible handwriting inscribed in gravity's pull. Planets curve space, stars dictate the flow, and the smallest grains of dust obey. To move through the universe is to follow a script older than time itself. Yet sometimes that script wavers. Sometimes an object drifts ever so slightly away from where gravity insists it should be. For 3I Atlas, that question lingers in every calculation. Its trajectory, like all interstellar bodies, was plotted with exquisite care, a hyperbolic path drawn through the solar system. the curve of a visitor just passing through. In theory, such motion should obey a clean, predictable dance. The sun's gravity slows it as it approaches, then releases it, sending it back into the void. But for some, the math did not rest easily. Small deviations, faint irregularities began to whisper in the data. Nothing violent or obvious, just the subtlest of hesitations, a fraction of an arc-second that did not align with expectation. To most, such anomalies could be explained away. Comets, after all, are not perfect spheres of rock and ice. They breathe as they near the sun, releasing jets of vapor that act like invisible thrusters. These tiny bursts of gas can nudge an object ever so slightly, altering its path without any external force. It's a natural phenomenon, part of what makes comets both unpredictable and alive with motion. A vent on one side opens sooner than another. Sunlight strikes unevenly, and the result is a drift, a small defiance of the gravitational map. And yet, the memory of Oumuamua lingers like a ghost. It too showed deviations that no one could fully explain. There were no visible jets, no measurable outgassing, and yet its trajectory curved in ways gravity alone could not account for. Some called it radiation pressure, sunlight itself pushing against a surface too thin to see. Others whispered of something more deliberate, a sail, a craft, a remnant of design. Most dismissed the latter, but not without a shiver. For Oumuamua was the first, and firsts leave their mark. So when 3i Atlas entered the stage, the echoes returned. Could this new traveler carry the same strangeness? Could it too be moving, with a subtle hand unseen? The possibility lingers not as proof, but as presence. A quiet maybe that cannot be measured, only suspected. In the vast silence of observation gaps and low signal-to-noise data, such maybes grow like stars in a dark sky. Perhaps the deviations are nothing more than the breath of ice escaping into sunlight, pushing gently on the surface as vapor expands. That explanation would fit the physics neatly, comforting, familiar. But even there, uncertainty hums beneath the numbers. For the acceleration, if real, would require just the right venting at just the right angles, sustained for days, then vanishing without trace. The odds of such perfect asymmetry, while not impossible, stir unease. You, drifting through this thought, might imagine it differently. A body gliding through sunlight, silent and unhurried, following the grand curve of gravity. And then, a soft resistance, as if something within it decides to lean against the pull. Not enough to change its fate, but enough to suggest a whisper of choice. The image is poetic, perhaps too poetic, yet it haunts astronomers all the same. Gravity is a law, and yet sometimes it feels bent, not broken, but persuaded, like a rule politely declined. Each new measurement tries to clarify, to anchor the object back into certainty. Instruments recalibrate, telescopes cross-check. The error margins tighten, the orbit refines, and still, small uncertainties remain. They always do. To track an interstellar body is to chase precision at the edge of chaos. To map the unseen in a medium that never holds still. The solar wind changes, thermal pressures shift, and photons strike with infinite patience, adding momentum molecule by molecule. The cosmos is not rigid, it breathes. There is comfort in that thought. If everything in space followed the same law without exception, there would be no mystery left, only predictability. But when a traveler drifts slightly off the expected course, we feel something awaken in us, a recognition that the universe, vast as it is, still holds room for the unexplainable. The deviation becomes a mirror of curiosity itself, small, precise, and quietly subversive. Astronomers speak of non-gravitational accelerations in neutral tones, but beneath the terminology lies wonder. To detect such motion is to glimpse the invisible forces shaping matter in flight. It might be sunlight, it might be vapor, it might be something we have yet to name. What matters is that it reminds us how thin our understanding truly is. A single errant curve in a plot can unsettle centuries of confidence. And beyond the math, a deeper question hums. What if this deviation is not error, but intention? What if it reflects not randomness, but a mechanism we do not yet recognize? Some entertain the idea softly, as one might hold a fragile stone in the palm. Not to claim it, but to feel its weight. Perhaps there are objects that move not merely because they are pushed, but because something within them guides their drift. A primitive reflex, a thermal self-correction, or something entirely unknown. In truth, we cannot know. We can only watch the numbers, compare them to our models, and note where the universe disagrees. But even in disagreement, there is beauty. The elegance of a law meeting the edge of its own dominion. For every law needs a frontier where it begins to tremble, where exceptions whisper. Three-Eye Atlas moves in that whisper, the faint place between certainty and speculation, between gravity and the hint of freedom. Soon, as it passes deeper into the sun's glare, those whispers will fade into noise. Observations will stop, models will drift, and we'll be left with conjecture. But for now, the question remains open, gentle, unresolved. Did it bend to sunlight, to vapor, or to something more elusive? Perhaps even something of its own making? Gravity is a law, but sometimes it feels bent. When we look to the sky, we like to think of discovery as linear, one revelation leading cleanly to the next. But space rarely offers neat progressions. It gives us echoes instead, recurring notes of strangeness that refuse to resolve. Three-Eye Atlas did not arrive in a vacuum of meaning. It came as the third in a sequence of celestial visitors that have each, in their own way, unsettled our sense of cosmic order. Oumuamua, Borisov, and now Atlas. Three wanderers, three riddles, and perhaps three stages in an unfolding message written in motion rather than words. To understand the enigma of the third, we must revisit the first. Oumuamua, discovered in 2017, was the harbinger, a thin, elongated object that moved too fast to be of this solar system. It spun with an irregular rhythm, reflected sunlight in strange pulses, and showed no trace of a tail, no plume of escaping gas, no signature of a comet's warmth. Its brightness fluctuated by a factor of 10, suggesting an extreme shape, either cigar-like or flat as a shard. Yet even that was uncertain. The data refused to settle on a single geometry, like a shadow that changed with every angle of light. Some called it a rock, others an iceberg of hydrogen or nitrogen, and a few, daring to stretch the bounds of scientific restraint, wondered aloud if it might be something artificial, a fragment of a long-dead civilization's technology drifting between stars, a light sail, perhaps, pushed gently by starlight across eons. Not a message, not a probe, but debris from intelligence itself, the cosmic equivalent of a fossil. Whatever it was, Oumuamua left us with a haunting precedent. The first messenger from beyond, and the first to slip past comprehension. Then came 2I Borisov. In 2019, the second interstellar visitor. Unlike its predecessor, Borisov wore its identity plainly. It was a comet through and through, a nucleus of ice and dust, a glowing coma, a beautiful tail streaming sunlight's way. It behaved, in other words, as a comet should. And yet, even in its familiarity, there was oddness. Its composition appeared unusually pristine, untouched by the chemical weathering common to solar system comets. Its gases were unusually balanced, its ices untainted, as if it had spent its life in a colder, quieter corner of another star's nursery. Borisov, the second messenger, came not to confuse, but to contrast. If Oumuamua was a whisper of alien physics, Borisov was the sigh of a familiar process born in a foreign home. Two visitors, two extremes. One rocky, reflective, and inexplicable. The other icy, classic, and pure. Together, they trace the outline of a pattern we could not yet name. A cosmic riddle taking shape in 3 acts. And then, in 2020, came the third, 3I Atlas. At first glance, Atlas seemed simpler. Its orbit and brightness suggested a comet, its name inherited from the telescope that found it. It should have been routine. Another icy traveler from beyond. But as the observations deepened, the neat categories began to unravel. 3I Atlas bore traits of both its predecessors, as though echoing their dual natures. It showed hints of cometary activity, a faint coma, a suggestion of sublimation, and yet its overall behavior defied easy classification. Its structure appeared unstable, perhaps fragmenting, perhaps shedding volatile layers. Its surface reflectivity was inconsistent, its color oddly neutral. Like a fusion of the first 2 messengers, it embodied both ice and ambiguity. Scientists noted that its brightness fluctuated erratically, as if its surface was not uniform. Some parts gleamed, others dulled, reminiscent of Oumuamua's flashing signature. And yet, spectral analysis revealed gaseous emissions, though faint and incomplete, more in line with Borisov's classical behavior. In this hybrid identity lay a deeper unease. Atlas was both comet and not comet, both familiar and estranged. To some, this convergence was poetic. In mythology, the third messenger often carries synthesis, the reconciliation of what came before. In this trilogy of cosmic visitors, 3I Atlas may represent that synthesis. It is the median between extremes, a bridge between reflection and release, between rock and vapor, between the visible and the veiled. But in bridging opposites, it becomes something stranger still. A being that fits neither category, a traveler that resists all boxes. Its fragmentation only deepened the mystery. As pieces began to separate from its body, astronomers saw echoes of mortality, a visitor disintegrating before our eyes, like a secret too fragile to survive its own revelation. If Oumuamua was the silent enigma and Borisov the pure exemplar, Atlas was the dying messenger, an object unraveling as though unable to bear the weight of its journey. There is symbolism in this sequence that transcends science. The first arrives whole but inscrutable. The second arrives clear but alien. And the third arrives broken, part rock, part ice, part question. In the language of narrative, that is not random. It is resolution. The cosmos rarely tells stories, yet sometimes, through chance and pattern, it seems to mirror the cadence of one. Oumuamua began the question, Borisov clarified the form, and Atlas completes it, though not with an answer, but with a riddle wrapped in dissolution. Some astronomers have speculated that Atlas's hybrid nature might reveal the diversity of interstellar matter, that our solar system's visitors are simply a small sampling of infinite variety. Others see a subtler pattern, Perhaps interstellar bodies that survive the void must be built differently, their compositions shaped by cosmic pressures we do not yet understand. Still others, quietly, ask whether these messengers might not be random at all, whether the sequence itself holds meaning. That idea, of course, lies outside the realm of scientific comfort. But speculation is not a flaw of science. It is its engine. When confronted with anomalies that do not fit, imagination rushes in to fill the silence. In that sense, Oumuamua, Borisov, and Atlas have not just expanded our catalog of objects, they have expanded the limits of what we dare to ask. Each of these travelers reminds us that interstellar space is not empty, but alive with movement and memory. Rocks, ice, dust, yes, but also histories, accidents, remnants of systems we will never see. Perhaps 3i Atlas is simply another shard from a long-collapsed world. Or perhaps, as its hybrid nature suggests, it is something transitional, a messenger from the in-between, the threshold between the solid and the spectral. The third messenger, the one that bridges opposites, often carries the most cryptic signal, not because it hides its meaning, but because it contains too much of it. Contradiction incarnate. 3i Atlas may never tell us what it truly was. Its fragments have dispersed. Its path has dimmed into the sun's glare, and what remains are echoes. Faint, incomplete, suggestive. Yet in those echoes lies the continuity of mystery itself, and from these anomalies, speculation inevitably rises. Now, let us drift further into the quiet realm of reason, that soft light where science offers its most grounded explanations. Before we reach toward the speculative, it is here that astronomers begin, in the clear air of what can be known. Perhaps, they say, 3i Atlas is nothing more than what it appears to be. A comet out of place, a wandering shard of ice flung from the nursery of another star, across the galaxy. Such fragments must number in the countless trillions. When young systems form, their newborn planets scatter debris like sparks from a fire. Comets, asteroids, icy remnants. Some are pulled into stable orbits, but many are not. They are hurled outward by gravitational tides, sent adrift into interstellar darkness. Each one becomes a tiny fossil of its home star's beginning, carrying within its core the chemistry of a world we will never see. If this is true, then 3i Atlas is simply one of these ancient travelers, a fragment of cosmic exile that happened, by staggering chance, to pass through our sun's domain. Its journey would have begun billions of years ago, before our continents had formed, before the sun's light had reached half its present strength. It would have drifted between the stars in near-perfect stillness, frozen to the bone, untouched by radiation, except for the slow, endless erosion of cosmic dust. And then, one day, it fell toward us, not by choice, not by intention, but by the faintest pull of gravity, the way a mote of dust is drawn to a candle flame. For millions of years it had been invisible, unlit, cold beyond imagining. But as it crossed into the sun's outer domain, warmth touched it again for the first time in eons. Its surface woke. Ice turned to vapor. Faint streams of gas escaped into the vacuum, forming the fragile, glowing veil we call a coma. To us, that halo is a sign of life. But for the object itself, it is an unraveling, the slow exhalation of its body into light. In that way, a comet is not so much a wanderer as a whisper of mortality. Its beauty is its disintegration, its luminous trail a signature of vanishing. If 3i Atlas is indeed a natural comet, then every strange flicker and flare we see might be the simple physics of ice and sunlight. jets of sublimating gas nudging it slightly off course, flickering like slow breaths across the gulf. Its instability may not be mysterious at all, only the final struggle of a fragile body meeting the heat of a new star. Astronomers have seen this pattern before. When long-period comets from the outer solar system fall sunward, they often behave erratically, brightening, fading, splitting apart. Sometimes their surfaces are layered with volatile ices, carbon monoxide, methane, water frozen for billions of years. As sunlight reaches each layer, it erupts in bursts of vapor, like hidden lungs expelling ancient air. The brightness changes not because of hidden engines, but because of uneven geology. Perhaps 3I Atlas is no different, only unfamiliar because it comes from another sun, shaped by another chemistry. Statistically, this explanation fits. Modern models of planetary formation predict that each star ejects billions of icy bodies during its youth. Over the galaxy's lifetime, these fragments would fill the interstellar medium like dust in a long hallway of light. Occasionally, one would wander close enough to a planetary system, ours, for instance, and flare briefly in its sun's warmth before fading again into the dark. In that sense, the arrival of Oumuamua, Borisov, and now Atlas is not coincidence but confirmation. We are beginning to see, for the first time, the quiet population of interstellar nomads that have always been there. If we follow that reasoning, then 3I Atlas is not an anomaly, but a messenger of the ordinary. Proof that our cosmic neighborhood is alive with debris, moving in silence between suns. Its irregularities, then, are not supernatural. They are scars of origin. Each interstellar comet carries its own chemical fingerprint, traces of its parent star's radiation, the elements it absorbed in its cradle of gas and dust. By studying that composition, astronomers hope to glimpse the diversity of planetary systems across the Milky Way. Each passing fragment is a sample return from the unreachable. But even this natural explanation carries quiet poetry. To imagine that a tiny shard of ice has crossed the emptiness between stars, untouched, unseen, until now, is to realize how ancient the universe's memory truly is. Every molecule in 3I Atlas has drifted through epochs that dwarf human history. The ice we observe today may have solidified before our sun even ignited. When we watch its gases stream into space, we are witnessing material from another time, another dawn, another world dissolving into ours, and yet, even in this graceful simplicity, something does not quite align. The models fit broadly, yes, but not completely. The fluctuations in brightness are too irregular, the rate of disintegration too unpredictable. Its path, though explainable by outgassing, seems just slightly off the curve of expectation. For every measured variable, there lingers a remainder, a faint residue of the unexplained. Astronomers are patient with such residue. Science, after all, lives in the tension between pattern and exception. The simplest theory remains the foundation until evidence demands its replacement. But some observers, staring at 3I Atlas's shifting light, could not help but feel a whisper of unease. It behaves like a comet, yes, but not quite like any comet we have known. Its chemistry may differ, its structure too frail, its reaction to sunlight too quick. Perhaps that is simply what happens when something spends eternity in interstellar space. Radiation brittles it. Cosmic rays reshape its bonds. The slow frost of a billion years alters its core. A comet out of place, carrying the strange physics of alien sunlight, might naturally appear uncanny to us. Our expectations are sculpted by our own solar system, by the narrow theater of our local stage. To meet an actor from another script entirely may always feel unsettling. In this light, Three-Eye Atlas reminds us that ordinary is a relative term. The cosmos does not promise familiarity. It offers continuity. Every system, every star, every drifting stone is part of one unfolding pattern of creation and decay. A comet ejected from another world is not foreign. It is family we have simply never met. Still, something quiet persists beneath that rational calm, a feeling that even within natural explanation, there is mystery left untouched. The physics may describe the how, but not the wonder of the why. Why this moment, this path, this vanishing behind the sun's glare? Why does the third messenger echo the strangeness of the first and the fragility of the second? Perhaps, as with all stories the universe tells, there is more than one layer of truth, one visible, one imagined, both real in their own way. And yet, the data never fully fits. Carrying that thought onward, another image begins to form. One not of a solitary wanderer, but of a fragment torn from something greater. Perhaps Three-Eye Atlas was never meant to be whole. Perhaps it is only a surviving splinter from a world that no longer exists, a shard drifting through the silence left behind by an ancient catastrophe. In this vision, the traveler is not born of randomness, but of ruin. Across the galaxy, worlds are built and unbuilt every day. Stars are careless sculptors, forming, colliding, consuming, and casting out. When young planetary systems are born, their cradles are violent. Dust becomes pebbles, pebbles become mountains, and mountains are shattered again by gravitational tides and collisions. The space between stars is seeded not only with creation, but with the debris of creation. Fragments of planets that never finished forming, the crushed remains of worlds torn apart by their suns or by each other. It may be that Three-Eye Atlas was once a part of such a body, an icy mantle or rocky crust blasted into exile when its home star shifted or died. The interstellar medium is not empty, but filled with these ancient ruins, each one tumbling endlessly, carrying the chemical fingerprints of its lost parent. In that light, the strange instability we see, the disintegration, the uneven glow, the fluttering fragments, begins to make a kind of sense. If Three-Eye Atlas is a shattered worldlet, then its behavior is the echo of that trauma. It drifts through space like a broken relic, its surface fissured, its core porous, its structure weak. When sunlight touches it, the fractures widen, gas escapes unevenly, chunks shear away. What we call anomalies might simply be the ghost of impact physics playing out across cosmic time. Astronomers have long theorized that interstellar space is home to a diffuse field of such debris. Pieces of comets, asteroids, and planetesimals ejected from their native systems. Each one is a message written in geological language. Some carry metals from the interiors of young planets. Others are rich in carbon and ice, the raw materials of life itself. Over billions of years, gravitational tides scatter these remnants far beyond their origins, blending the galaxy into a quiet exchange of ingredients. Every world, in time, inherits a little of every other. To think of Three-Eye Atlas this way is to see it not as a visitor, but as an emissary of memory, a piece of something that once belonged somewhere, now wandering through endless night. Perhaps it was part of a moon, a minor planet, a long-dead comet, whose orbit decayed into oblivion. Its parent world might have been ripped apart by tidal stress near a giant star, or by the slow violence of binary gravitational resonance. In such moments, the universe writes its tragedies not in sound, but in silence. An entire world dismantled molecule by molecule, until only fragments remain to tell its story. And if we could read that story in full, what might it say? Each fracture on its surface is a line of text, each bright flare a syllable of release. Maybe it speaks of frozen oceans cracked open by ancient heat, maybe of minerals crystallized under alien skies, maybe of atmospheres that once existed but have long since been swept away by stellar wind. The truth of its origin may never reach us, but the poetry of its persistence already has. Such a hypothesis, a broken body expelled into the void, aligns comfortably with observation. It explains the erratic brightening, the disjointed jets, the sudden dimming. It even explains the way its shape seems to change under the pressure of sunlight. A fractured core would respond unpredictably to thermal stress, spinning unevenly as gases escape from fresh surfaces. To the instruments that watch it, the object might seem almost alive, pulsing with irregular rhythm, not because of intelligence, but because of the delicate physics of destruction. Still, even this natural explanation carries its own quiet awe. Somewhere, long ago, a world shattered. It might have circled a distant sun in a forgotten spiral, under a sky that saw no human eyes. It might have possessed mountains or frozen plains, or caverns filled with lightless oceans. When that world died, it flung its children into darkness, and one of them, impossibly, after millions of years of drifting, happened to cross paths with ours. The odds are infinitesimal. Yet, here it is, and perhaps this is what the cosmos does best. It turns endings into arrivals. The death of one system becomes the seed of another's story. What we see through telescopes tonight may be the final echo of a catastrophe from 1 billion years ago. The universe's way of remembering its own impermanence. There's a gentle irony here. Humanity often seeks origin stories, beginnings, births, creations. Yet 3i Atlas may remind us that endings too have their own journeys. A fragment torn from a broken world still carries the essence of what once was. When it crosses the light of a new star, that essence flickers briefly, reminding us that even ruins travel on. And so, perhaps this is what draws astronomers to such mysteries. Each interstellar object is both messenger and remnant. Each arrival is a cosmic archaeology, not of living systems but of vanished ones. The idea that a telescope's mirror can catch the reflected light of a dead world's remains is quietly humbling. It suggests that nothing in the universe truly disappears. Everything, even the smallest grain, continues its orbit in the great unseen circulation of time. In that sense, 3i Atlas might not be strange at all, only misunderstood. It is behaving exactly as the universe behaves, unraveling, changing, moving through cycles of birth and decay. What we interpret as instability might simply be transformation, the long, slow breathing of matter as it shifts from one form to another. Still, for those who watch closely, the story doesn't quite end there, because in its movement, there is something that refuses to settle. A rhythm that doesn't quite match the chaos of pure chance. Its fragments do not scatter aimlessly. They follow arcs that seem almost choreographed. Its light curves whisper of structure, of repetition, as if the pieces remember the shape they once formed. Maybe that memory is purely mechanical, encoded in angular momentum and orbital dynamics. Or maybe, at some deeper level, the universe itself remembers what it has broken. And somewhere in that memory, in the precise, deliberate geometry of the fragments, some see a different pattern entirely. A pattern not of accident, but of choice, because some see in its motion something more deliberate. From here, the story drifts into stranger waters, where observation begins to blur with imagination, and the quiet whisper of data seems to suggest something with intent. Some astronomers, with careful restraint, have wondered whether Three-Eye Atlas might not be entirely natural, whether its subtle changes in motion and light could speak of something engineered, a relic of intelligence, far older and farther than anything our small world has yet conceived. It is not the first time such thoughts have risen from the silence of space. When Oumuamua passed through the inner solar system, the same murmurs were heard. Its shape, thin, flattened, reflective, and its unaccountable acceleration led a few bold voices to propose that it could have been a fragment of alien technology, perhaps a derelict solar sail pushed by the gentle breath of starlight. Others dismissed it as fantasy, a leap beyond what the data justified. Yet even in dismissal, the unease remained, because nothing about that first messenger fully aligned with our models. It was an object that defied comfort, hovering between the known and the impossible. And now, with Three-Eye Atlas, the same unease stirs again. Its brightness flickers with a rhythm that seems too patterned, too deliberate to be random. Its trajectory deviates just enough to suggest a hidden hand. Not enough to prove, but enough to wonder. These are the moments when science feels like poetry, when numbers hum with mystery, and when our desire to explain becomes inseparable from our longing to find meaning in the void. If it were a machine, what kind might it be? Perhaps something ancient, a relic adrift for eons, powered by the slow decay of alien materials, its function long forgotten. Or perhaps a probe, small and unobtrusive, designed not to reveal itself, but to listen. Its propulsion might not come from the crude combustion or radiation drives we imagine, but from something subtle, the controlled release of particles, a whisper of ions, or even the manipulation of solar photons. We have already built sails that move with sunlight, frail as spider silk, carried on the breath of the sun. It is not beyond reason to think others might have done the same, long before us and on scales far grander. There is a kind of paradox in such ideas. The further science advances, the more plausible the impossible becomes. We once thought interstellar travel a fantasy, yet now our instruments have touched the edges of the heliosphere, and our dreams reach to Proxima Centauri. To consider that another civilization might have done the same, long ago, perhaps countless times, is no longer madness. It is an extrapolation of the same curve we ourselves trace. Still, evidence demands humility. The small deviations in Three-Eye Atlas's path could arise from simple physics. The outgassing of frozen volatiles, the uneven spin of a fractured core, or the sublimation of buried ices exposed to sunlight. These explanations fit comfortably within our understanding. Yet the human mind, restless and curious, always leaves a window open for wonder. It is through that window that the whisper of an engine drifts. Faint, seductive, unprovable. You might imagine it even now, as it glides through the dark. A shard of alloy and silence, moving with the patience of centuries. Its hull, once bright, now pitted by dust. Its power faint but steady, like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant. No signal, no light, only motion. Quiet, deliberate, unhurried. A message that may not have been meant for us, yet passed close enough for our instruments to catch its echo. In moments like these, science touches the edge of philosophy. To ask whether it is natural or artificial is, in a way, to ask what we ourselves are looking for. When we stare into the night and see a flicker that doesn't fit, we project into it our own reflection. The ache of solitude, the desire to know that thought is not confined to Earth. We are creatures of narrative, and when the cosmos offers even the faintest irregularity, we write stories upon it. And yet, Even speculation has its rhythm. The astronomers who propose such ideas do so not out of whimsy, but as a necessary gesture, a way to map the limits of possibility. To consider an artificial origin is to test the boundaries of natural law. If it fails, the process refines our understanding. If it succeeds, the universe becomes infinitely larger. In that sense, even the most outlandish theory performs a service. It reminds us that the unknown is not a void to be feared, but a frontier to be respected. Some whisper that if it were indeed a vessel, it might have been hiding, taking a path that loops behind the sun, using the star's glare to mask its presence. Not to conceal from us, specifically, perhaps, but as part of some long-forgotten trajectory, designed to slingshot from one system to another. The sun, in this light, becomes not just a beacon, but a cloak, brilliant enough to blind any distant watchers, even those with eyes more advanced than ours. There is an austere beauty in such speculation. It is not about belief, but about the act of imagining responsibly, of standing at the threshold between what is known and what might be, and allowing both to coexist without collapse. 3i Atlas, whether rock or relic, carries that duality perfectly. It is both artifact and accident, both messenger and mystery. Soon, we'll turn from this speculation to what might come next, to the question of purpose, of why such a traveler might pass through and vanish without trace. But for now, the image lingers, a lonely wanderer, perhaps once a creation, now only debris, drifting across the light of alien suns. If you are drifting now, let that thought settle like dust in the dark. Whether engine or echo, signal or silence, 3i Atlas reminds us of the same truth that threads through every mystery, that in seeking others, we reveal ourselves. And somewhere in its faint acceleration, in its whispering path through gravity's field, the story continues to unfold, drawing us toward the next question. If it was hiding behind the sun, then what or whom was it hiding from? Carrying that thought onward, from the whisper of an engine to something older and softer, we arrive at an idea both humble and profound, that perhaps what drifts between the stars are not machines, but seeds, not sentinels or constructs, but the very instruments of life itself, cast into the dark by forces far more ancient than intention. This is the realm of panspermia, the notion that life, or at least its raw ingredients, might travel across the cosmos, hidden within frozen bodies like 3i Atlas, waiting for the right world to awaken them. In this view, every comet is a vessel, a cradle of chemistry carrying whispers of potential from one system to the next. Within its ices, complex organic compounds can form. Amino acids, nucleobases, carbon chains that are neither alive nor dead but ready. They drift through cold and radiation, through centuries and silence, until chance or gravity brings them near a sun. Then, in the warmth, those frozen molecules stir, vaporizing into tails of dust and gas, releasing their contents like pollen into the solar wind. Some fall onto planets, onto oceans, onto surfaces waiting for a spark. Perhaps Earth itself began this way, seeded not by design but by the slow generosity of cosmic debris. When we examine 3i Atlas through this lens, it becomes more than a curiosity. It becomes part of an immense biological conversation, a message written in molecules, not words. Its journey through interstellar space may have taken millions of years. It could have originated in a distant cradle, a young, turbulent system where worlds were still forming, collisions frequent, and icy fragments thrown outward by gravitational chaos. In that violent birth, some of those pieces escaped entirely, freed from their parent star, carrying within them the chemical echoes of that first life-making storm. Scientists have already found hints of this possibility closer to home. Meteorites that fell on Earth have been discovered to contain amino acids not found in terrestrial biology, proof that organic chemistry unfolds easily in the vacuum of space. The Rosetta mission to Comet 67P detected complex organics, including glycine, a building block of proteins. In the vastness of interstellar dust clouds, we have seen formaldehyde, methanol, and even simple sugars. It seems the universe, by its nature, tends toward complexity. Not order, perhaps, but readiness. So when an interstellar comet passes through our solar system, it is not unreasonable to think of it as one of countless messengers, carrying the seeds of life between suns. Each encounter, each gravitational brushing, increases the chance that some small portion of its material might one day rest on a fertile world. It might take billions of years, but time is not the enemy of life. It is its instrument. In a sense, panspermia paints the cosmos as a kind of garden, one that does not grow neatly, but wildly, scattering potential in every direction. And if that is true, then life is not rare. It is inevitable. It is what matter does when given time and energy. It condenses, it reacts, it organizes. Even here, drifting in the endless quiet, a comet could be both tomb and womb, a frozen archive of what once was, and a seed for what could be. You might imagine 3I Atlas this way: a shard of ice older than humanity, older than Earth's continents, older even than our sun. Within it, a chemistry still intact from another sky. Molecules that have never known our star's warmth, now tasting it for the first time. As the heat touches its surface, gases escape, spiraling into light. Dust follows, and in that plume are particles rich in carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, the alphabet of life. It releases them without intention, yet the gesture feels purposeful. Like the breath of a dandelion scattering its seeds across a field it will never see again. In the darker corners of thought, one might wonder whether this process is entirely random. Could the distribution of life through panspermia have patterns, even direction? Could it be that civilizations, realizing the fragility of their own origins, have learned to guide this natural scattering, to send out vessels rich in potential, carrying microbes or codes or memory in molecular form? Perhaps not as machines, but as spores, small, self-protecting, capable of surviving the long exile between stars. In this softer version of intentional panspermia, 3I Atlas would not be a messenger in the technological sense, but a continuation of an older instinct. The instinct to preserve, to extend, to seed the unknown. And yet, even without purpose, the poetry remains. The idea that the universe may be self-fertilizing, that it might carry its own seeds from one generation of stars to the next, blurs the line between physics and biology. The deaths of stars create the elements of life. Their remnants scatter those elements through comets, and those comets, in turn, may awaken life around newborn suns. It is a grand, cyclical breath, a continuity that makes each planet, each molecule, part of something that never truly ends. For those drifting now, let that thought settle softly. It means that the atoms within your body, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, may once have ridden within such a comet. You are, in a literal sense, the child of interstellar dust, awakened by sunlight on a once young world. When we watch 3I Atlas crossing our skies, we are seeing not something alien, but something ancestral. A reminder that the boundary between the cosmic and the biological has always been thin, almost transparent. Still, the mystery deepens the longer we gaze. If comets can carry the seeds of life, then they might also carry the seeds of thought, the early scaffolding of intelligence that, over eons, could blossom wherever conditions allow. And so, as 3I Atlas sails on, it becomes a metaphor for the oldest of questions. Are we the gardeners or the garden? Are we the result of a single spark or part of a continuum of sparks that will never stop spreading? It may be that life does not begin or end anywhere, but flows continuously between worlds, sometimes dormant, sometimes flourishing, but always moving. The universe, in this view, is not a cold expanse, but a living system of endless renewal. Every comet, every planet, every cell, a note in the same slow symphony. And somewhere in that thought lies a quiet wonder that perhaps 3I Atlas, in i.e. its brief passage, was not just a traveler, but a teacher, reminding us that what we call alien may only be another form of what we already are. Soon, we will turn to the next question, one that lies just beyond biology, where matter itself begins to speak in other ways. A seed or a signal. From here, the thought drifts into stillness. Not the stillness of absence, but the kind that hums quietly beneath meaning. After all the theories, all the equations, all the noise of speculation, what remains is a single unbroken silence. 3I Atlas moves on, unresponsive to every question cast its way. Perhaps that silence is the message. Some mysteries are not meant to resolve. They hover instead, suspended between knowing and not knowing, inviting us to listen differently. Humanity is wired to reach for closure. We name what we encounter, categorize it, press it into order. But there are things, vast and uncooperative, that slip through the lattice of comprehension. 3I Atlas might be one of them. A shape in motion. A traveler whose meaning is not to be solved, but to be sensed. To call its strangeness a kind of message is, perhaps, to turn inward, to recognize that we, the observers, are the medium. The object itself may carry no intention, no code, no sentience, but the silence it leaves behind, the tension it awakens in our need to understand, that is where its impact resides. In that silence, humanity confronts itself. The reflex to find purpose in randomness, the hunger to translate the mute into story. Astronomers often describe the data gaps, the uncertainties, as noise. But perhaps that noise is the language of the universe when it doesn't care to be interpreted. Every mystery we face reminds us that the cosmos owes us no explanations. Still, we ask, we build telescopes, point them outward, and wait for a reply that never quite comes. What if the reply is the waiting itself? The philosopher might say that 3I Atlas teaches us about our own architecture of curiosity. It reflects the human condition, intelligent enough to sense patterns but too limited to grasp their totality. The comet's erratic light, its inexplicable path, its fragmentation and silence, all these form a mirror held up to our desire to find meaning in everything that moves. It is as though the cosmos speaks in paradox. that the only way to teach humility is through unanswered questions. Silence, in this sense, becomes sacred. It is not the end of communication, but its beginning. It forces the listener to create meaning instead of receive it. A scientist looks at the data and wonders what physical mechanism might be hidden. A poet looks at the same data and sees the handwriting of absence. Both are right in their own languages. The universe, patient and untroubled, allows both readings to coexist. Perhaps Three-Eye Atlas carries no secrets at all. Perhaps its strangeness is entirely accidental, the product of ice, sunlight, and distance. And yet it doesn't matter. The moment humanity noticed it, it entered the realm of myth. Not the myth of gods and monsters, but the myth of curiosity itself. That endless loop between question and silence that defines consciousness. You, drifting now with these thoughts, might sense the paradox too, that silence can feel louder than sound. When the data stream goes dark, imagination takes over. We begin to project, not out of arrogance, but necessity. In that projection, we reveal what we hope for and what we fear. A technological message hidden in an interstellar visitor? That speaks to our longing for connection. A natural mystery, inscrutable and indifferent? That speaks to our quiet dread that we might truly be alone. Either way, the silence echoes back the shape of our own mind. Even our naming habits betray this impulse. The 3-eye in its title marks it as the third interstellar object ever detected. A sterile, scientific tag. But Atlas, the second part, comes from the survey that found it, and from the old myth of the Titan who held up the heavens. Whether intentional or not, the name bends towards symbolism. It fuses science and myth in the same gesture. A reminder that we have always understood the sky through both. In the end, the strangeness of 3-eye Atlas might be less about what it is and more about what it does to us. It reminds us that knowledge, no matter how vast, always has a horizon. Beyond that horizon lies the unknown. And beyond the unknown, perhaps, the unknowable. The silence we meet there is not empty. It is filled with all the questions we have yet to ask. This is the true message of silence. That meaning is not something the universe gives, but something we create. It's the human mind reflecting against the void that turns uncertainty into wonder. The comet's passage lasts only weeks in the telescope's eye, but the reverberations of that brief encounter linger for generations. It becomes a story told in observatories and classrooms, in quiet living rooms and sleepless nights. It becomes part of how we imagine our place in the dark. And perhaps that is enough. Maybe the cosmos speaks only through contrast. Brilliance against blackness. Motion against stillness. Knowledge against mystery. Maybe the silence is the only constant. The one truth that does not change. That we will never reach the bottom of understanding, and that this endless reaching is what makes us human. For a moment, imagine 3-eye Atlas far beyond the reach of any telescope now, retreating into the same void from which it came. No instruments track it. No signals bounce from its surface. It is only a faint probability in the dark, a statistical ghost. Yet its silence continues to ripple through us, a reminder that the universe is not obliged to explain itself, and that its refusal can be its own kind of beauty. And so, the message might simply be this: to learn to dwell within mystery, without needing it to end. To let silence speak without translation. To accept that meaning, like light, sometimes travels farther than the source that made it. Soon, however, the quiet will break. For silence in the cosmos never lasts forever. Somewhere ahead in the dark, something begins to move again. Subtle, deliberate, unsettling. And as that motion stirs, the question reshapes itself once more. what if silence gives way to motion? Carrying that thought onward, we come to a question that trembles quietly at the edge of everything we've seen so far. What would it mean if 3I Atlas were to change its path, even slightly, as it emerges from behind the sun? The meaning of a maneuver, however small, is never just mechanical. It carries within it a whisper of intention, or at least the illusion of it. To alter a trajectory is to resist the story that gravity alone should write. And so, astronomers wait. Not merely for data, but for confirmation of whether the laws we know are still enough. If the motion is natural, it will still be remarkable. There are many ways a comet can turn without the hand of design. Jets of sublimating gas can act like tiny thrusters, unevenly distributed across its fragile surface. One patch of ice, awakening to sunlight after millions of years in darkness, may breathe out its stored gases and send the body into a slow, tumbling drift. It is, in the simplest sense, a chemical sigh, the exhalation of a frozen traveler meeting warmth for the first time. Yet even this natural turning carries poetry, a self-altering path written by the chemistry of awakening. Astronomers have seen such things before. The comet 67P, visited by the Rosetta spacecraft, rotated slightly after each perihelion, reshaped not by decision, but by heat and time. Oumuamua, too, seemed to accelerate ever so faintly, its motion refusing a clean gravitational model. Some said it was venting gas invisibly. Others doubted it. The numbers never quite settled. So if 3I Atlas turns, perhaps we will tell ourselves the same story. That a natural process has, once again, outpaced our ability to measure it cleanly. That it's all explainable in principle, even if we don't yet hold the full equation. But the human mind rarely stops at principle. If there is even a whisper of ambiguity, a deviation beyond prediction, a wobble beyond reason, imagination steps forward. Because motion implies decision, and decision, in our language, implies mind. A maneuver, then, becomes something more than mechanics. It becomes communication, not a message sent in code or signal, but one written in motion across the solar wind and the empty light. You, drifting through this thought, might sense why such a moment would ripple so deeply through us. A turn would not need to be grand or cinematic. A fraction of a degree, a few seconds of altered speed, would be enough. It would mean that something, or someone, out there had chosen a path not determined by the pull of stars. That choice, even if wordless, would redefine our place in the story of the universe. And yet, perhaps that's precisely why the universe keeps its meanings blurred. Ambiguity protects us from certainty's sharp edge. If the maneuver is natural, it's wondrous. If deliberate, it's terrifying. The same motion carries both possibilities. The mystery lies not in the act, but in our inability to decide which story we are in. In the silence between data points, human thought fills the void with two opposing forces: fear and wonder. Fear, because a maneuver implies agency, and with agency comes unknown intent. Wonder, because it suggests that intelligence might not be unique to our fragile species. The two emotions share the same root: awe. The awe of realizing that something vast and quiet could act with purpose in a realm we believed empty. Science will try, as it always does, to separate signal from noise. Models will be refined, error margins tightened, each hypothesis tested. Some will point to outgassing, others to an unseen companion fragment altering its mass distribution. A few in whispered circles will keep the speculative candle burning. That perhaps this was not drift at all, but design. And through it all, the object will move on, unbothered by interpretation. There is a strange humility in that thought. The idea that our entire civilization, Its satellites, telescopes, and algorithms might watch the heavens for decades, only to be confounded by a single erratic line of motion. It reminds us that knowledge is not conquest, it is participation. We do not stand above the cosmos observing it. We are inside it, subject to the same currents of uncertainty and impermanence. If Three-Eye Atlas turns, we will call it a discovery. If it does not, we will call it a mystery. Either way, the act of watching will have changed us. The maneuver becomes not just the comet's story, but ours, a mirror to our need to read intention into the inanimate, to seek companionship in the infinite. Maybe that instinct is evolutionary, maybe it's spiritual, but it is deeply human. We cannot help but wonder if someone else, somewhere, wonders too. Sometimes, it helps to remember how fragile a maneuver really is. Spacecraft engineered by human hands execute their course corrections with precision burns, each one calculated to perfection. Yet even they drift subtly, unpredictably. Thrusters misfire, solar winds tug. A slight deviation, invisible at first, becomes monumental across millions of kilometers. So when we watch Three-Eye Atlas, we are not just watching for evidence of life. We are watching for kinship, a reflection of our own fallibility in something far older and colder. And perhaps that is the deeper truth of the meaning we search for. A maneuver, artificial or natural, speaks of responsiveness, the ability to change in the presence of new forces. In that sense, even we are maneuvering constantly, adjusting to light, to heat, to time. The comet's turn becomes a cosmic metaphor for adaptation, for consciousness itself, not as intellect, but as motion in the face of the unknown. Maybe it's not about proving intelligence at all. Maybe it's about realizing that the cosmos in its entirety is an ocean of maneuvers. Every atom, every orbit, every life adjusting subtly, eternally. Three-Eyed Atlas just happens to cross our line of sight long enough to remind us of that movement. And if, when the blackout lifts, the telescopes find that its path has changed, even imperceptibly, perhaps that will not be an answer, but an invitation to look deeper, to listen harder, to accept that meaning might exist not in certainty, but in motion itself. For now, we wait. In the waiting, there is both tension and peace, the same paradox that defines the universe. The object drifts unseen, the data stream remains silent, and the thought hangs suspended in the dark. If it turns, what then? And in that ambiguity, fear and wonder converge, carrying that thought onward. One might drift into the unsettling yet mesmerizing possibility that the visitor itself is not merely passing through, but watching. The stillness of space encourages imagination, and into that silence, a question arises like a slow, curling mist. What if this fragment of ice and dust is more than just a wanderer? What if it is an eye, veiled in the debris of some long-forgotten star system, observing as it glides past? The idea feels improbable, and yet improbability does not equal impossibility. In cosmic terms, improbable things happen every day, every hour, every second, in ways the human mind still struggles to grasp. We know only that our telescopes catch a shimmer, a trajectory, a rotation. We do not know what watches from within. For decades, thinkers have speculated about lurker probes, silent machines disguised as the common flotsam of a planetary system, asteroids, comets, or fragments of interstellar ice, drifting unseen until something interesting stirs below. If an advanced species wished to learn without being seen, would it not choose such a form? A comet draws no suspicion. It does not flash with the regular beacons of a radio transmitter or gleam with the polished surfaces of a spacecraft. It drifts, it tumbles, it seems inert, and yet the notion persists in papers, in quiet conferences, and in late-night musings among scientists who dare to blend the speculative with the empirical. What better way to remain hidden in plain sight than to adopt the mask of nature itself? Such a hypothesis has a strange kind of symmetry with human behavior. On Earth, explorers send out instruments disguised to blend with their environment. Cameras camouflage to study elusive animals, sensors shaped like stones to listen to the ocean floor. The impulse to observe without disturbing, to understand without intrusion, is not alien to us. It is part of our own scientific ethic. In this way, if some distant intelligence had reached a level far beyond ours, perhaps it too would respect the quiet approach, the patient gaze, the long watch measured not in hours, but in centuries. And what better vantage point than a long, looping interstellar path, carrying its hidden payload close to the warm glow of stars and the radio chatter of emerging civilizations. If such a presence were real, if 3i Atlas contained more than frozen gases and fractured stone, then, for the first time, the asymmetry of our cosmic search would invert. For all human history, we have been the watchers, straining our instruments toward the night sky, listening for signals, sifting the static for a pattern, hoping to find someone else. The idea that the gaze might already be returned, that as we look out we are also being looked at, creates a quiet vertigo. It raises questions about the meaning of our endeavors, our messages, our technology. What does it mean to broadcast to the stars if, in the silence, something is already listening? What does it mean to believe we are alone if, for ages, we have been part of someone else's data set? There is also an almost mythic echo to such speculation. In many ancient stories, the gods do not simply dwell in the heavens. They watch. They descend in forms disguised as animals, strangers, or wandering stars. They test mortals, silently or directly, and always, woven into those tales, is the idea of being observed, of one's actions carrying a weight because someone, somewhere, sees. To imagine a lurker probe hidden in a comet is to update an ancient archetype with modern astrophysics. The form changes. Divine chariot becomes interstellar ice. Divine eye becomes hidden sensor. But the essence is strangely familiar. Perhaps this is why the idea resonates so strongly. It stirs something older than science, a memory of being under a gaze even when no gaze can be felt. Of course, the rational mind pushes back. There is no evidence of an antenna, no obvious signals, no controlled maneuvers that would betray an artificial origin. Everything we see can be explained, so far, by natural processes: outgassing, fragmentation, rotation, sunlight scattering off oddly shaped surfaces. The simplest hypothesis remains that 3i Atlas is a shard of something ancient, moving along a path dictated by nothing but inertia and the faint breath of sublimating ice. And yet absence of proof is not proof of absence. A truly patient intelligence, one far beyond our own, might leave no trace at all. It might not need to broadcast, or move, or act. Its watching might be passive, indistinguishable from emptiness, yet complete. If one lingers with the idea, the implications expand like a slow tide. If we are being watched, not interfered with, not guided, simply watched, then what does that make us? Subjects? Specimens? A story unfolding for someone else's quiet study? Or are we simply background noise, an unremarkable civilization glimpsed in passing by a traveler who will never return? The scale of such indifference can be as humbling as the scale of attention. We imagine being special, singled out, but it is equally possible that our signals are no more than a faint glimmer in a sea of glimmers, a pattern logged and forgotten, like a bird marked once in a survey and then allowed to fly away. There is also the paradox of contact without contact. To be watched but not touched is to live in a perpetual state of Schrödinger's encounter. Neither alone nor not alone, neither chosen nor ignored. It places humanity in an ambiguous middle ground where meaning is neither given nor denied. In this way, the possibility of being watched mirrors the ambiguity of Three-Eye Atlas itself. Natural or artificial, inert or alive, seed or signal. We cannot know. We can only project our stories onto its silence, like shadows on a distant wall. And yet, there is a gentleness in the thought, too. If some intelligence has placed a watchful eye upon us, it has chosen not to interfere. It has not arrived with weapons or proclamations. It has not bent our skies or silenced our transmitters. It drifts, it listens, it moves on. Perhaps that is the highest form of respect. Observation without intrusion, curiosity without conquest. In such a view, the visitor becomes less a spy and more a guest, less an overseer and more a quiet witness to our unfolding, like an elder watching children at play from across the field. Soon, we will examine what it means to hold that mirror up to ourselves, to ask not only whether we are being watched, but how the possibility of a gaze shapes who we are and who we might become. For now, this thought lingers. If a visitor watches back, then we are no longer only explorers of the cosmos. We are also participants in its story, objects of curiosity ourselves, woven into a wider network of observation and mystery. And in that shift, as in the slow arc of an interstellar comet, something within us begins to move as well, carried forward by wonder toward whatever lies beyond the next horizon. From here, the thought deepens, turning inward toward a quiet truth about us rather than the stars. For all our seeking and all our silence, humanity's story has long rested on a fragile conviction that we are alone. It is a belief both comforting and isolating, a kind of invisible armor we wear against the vastness of the universe. To think ourselves the only voice in the dark makes the cosmos manageable, even personal. It becomes a grand, empty stage, built for our observation. But like all assumptions, it is more fragile than it appears, held together not by evidence, but by the thin threads of familiarity and fear. Science, for all its rigor, has often walked hand in hand with this quiet presumption. The equations of cosmology describe emptiness beautifully. Vast gulfs of space where even light travels for eons before meeting a particle of dust. The universe, to our instruments, often appears barren, indifferent, a theater of cold mechanics and extinguished fires. Each new discovery of silence, each scan that returns no signal, seems to reinforce that narrative. No one answers because there is no one there, and yet, woven into that very silence is an arrogance so subtle it often goes unnoticed. The belief that absence of evidence is evidence of absence, that our narrow window of time and perception can speak for the cosmos entire. History, however, has not been kind to such certainties. Again and again, we have looked into darkness and declared it empty, only to find it teeming with life once our sight sharpened. The void between stars turned out to hum with radiation. The barren planets we once imagined now show hints of oceans past, of atmospheres lost, of chemistry dancing toward complexity. Even on our own planet, where we believed the deep crust or the polar ice too harsh for life, we found organisms thriving, extremophiles, whose very existence rewrote the definition of what it means to live. Each discovery has whispered the same quiet lesson. Emptiness, more often than not, is a mirror of our own limited vision. Perhaps the greatest irony of our time is that we celebrate our cosmic humility, our willingness to admit how small we are, while still clinging to the conceit that we are singular. We imagine ourselves the lone consciousness adrift in a sea of matter, the solitary mind among countless blind stars. But true humility is not simply recognizing our smallness. It is accepting that we may not be unique, that life, and perhaps mind, might be woven into the fabric of the universe as naturally as gravity or light, that intelligence may arise wherever time and chemistry are given enough patience to conspire. This thought, though gentle, can unsettle. To lose the centrality of our species is to lose a kind of cosmic narrative that has guided us for millennia. Every myth, every model, every telescope has been, in some way, a reflection of that quiet belief. We are the observers, not the observed. We are the narrators of the universe's story, not characters within it. To question that is to feel it trembling at the edge of identity. For if we are not alone, then our words, our songs, our histories may not be the first, and may not even be remarkable. Somewhere, perhaps far beyond comprehension, another civilization could have once looked at their own night sky and asked the same questions we now ask, felt the same ache of wonder, written their own answers in patterns of light that we have yet to recognize. It is humbling to think that the universe may already have outgrown the novelty of us, that our achievements, dazzling though they are to us, could be echoes of what others have already done, or the first fragile attempts in a cosmos where countless others have already fallen silent. The stars may hold not a void, but a graveyard of dreams, each one proof that intelligence does not guarantee survival. If so, our solitude is not proof of uniqueness, but of youth or of luck. We are perhaps a brief spark that has not yet learned what others once knew and lost. And yet, humility need not diminish wonder. It can enrich it. To accept that we might not be alone is to open the door to a deeper form of curiosity, one that listens more carefully, watches more patiently, and assumes less. In this light, even Three-Eye Atlas becomes not merely an object to study, but a mirror for our mindset. It asks quietly, do we look at what we expect to see, or do we allow for what might be beyond expectation? When an anomaly crosses our path, do we rush to fit it into familiar categories, or do we let it unsettle us, stretch our definitions, invite us to grow? The fragile hubris of isolation is not only scientific, but existential. It shapes how we see ourselves and our responsibilities. If we are alone, then the weight of meaning rests entirely upon us. We become both creators and custodians of all that matters. But if we are not, if life or consciousness exists elsewhere, then we are part of a greater continuity, a chorus rather than a solo. Our choices, our ethics, our stewardship of Earth take on a different tone. They become not merely self-preservation, but participation in something vaster, a shared unfolding of awareness in the dark. You, drifting now through this thought, may feel the subtle shift of scale, that delicate swing between solitude and kinship. The cosmos grows both larger and closer in the same breath. In the acceptance of possible others, we find ourselves redefined. Smaller, yes, but also connected, threaded into a living fabric that extends far beyond what we can touch. Humility, in this sense, is not a surrender, but an awakening, a recognition that even our ignorance has beauty, that not knowing is a kind of reverence. Perhaps this is why the idea of being watched feels so powerful. It exposes the limits of our isolation. To be seen, or even to imagine being seen, reminds us that the universe may contain eyes as well as stars, awareness as well as energy. It transforms the cosmos from a stage into a dialogue, one that may have begun long before we were capable of answering. And if that is true, then our scientific pursuit, our yearning to understand, becomes something sacred, an act of listening as much as discovering. For whether the watcher is real or imagined, Whether 3i Atlas hides a sensor or simply reflects sunlight from its frozen skin, the effect is the same. It invites humility. It reminds us that we stand not above the cosmos, but within it. One voice among countless others. One brief flicker in the ancient silence that both conceals and reveals. And if the sun conceals, it also reveals. Carrying that thought onward, we begin to see that the real revelation of 3i Atlas may not lie in its composition or trajectory at all, but in the reflections it stirs within us. For every mysterious object that drifts into our awareness becomes, in time, a kind of mirror, not of the cosmos, but of civilization itself. We project onto it our wonder, our dread, our longing to not be alone, and our fear of what it might mean if we aren't. The object, silent and indifferent, moves through space unchanged, while humanity, looking up, finds its own soul refracted in its light. Throughout history, the unknown has always been the canvas on which we paint our collective psychology. When comets once appeared in the medieval sky, they were seen as omens of wrath or renewal. When radio waves first reached across the air, some imagined messages from angels or lost spirits. And now, when an interstellar traveler sweeps near our sun, we wonder whether it hides an engine or a seed, whether it means to pass us by or to make itself known. Each generation meets the unknown in its own image. What we call mystery often reveals more about the mind that names it than the thing itself. In 3i Atlas, we find this pattern repeating, not merely as an astronomical curiosity, but as a psychological mirror held up to the early 21st century. We live in an age defined by both immense knowledge and deep uncertainty. We have mapped the surface of Mars and sequenced our own genomes, yet we are haunted by existential unease, ecological fragility, and the quiet awareness that intelligence alone may not guarantee survival. So when something from beyond the stars arrives unbidden, behaving in ways that defy easy explanation, it becomes the perfect vessel for our anxieties and our hopes. For some, it is a cosmic emissary, a sign that intelligence endures elsewhere. For others, it is a shadow of potential threat, a reminder that we are still vulnerable in a universe that owes us nothing. There is, in this, a profound symmetry. Just as the object moves unseen behind the sun, so too do our fears and aspirations orbit behind our conscious thought, shaping what we choose to see. The astronomer gazing through the telescope sees data, curves, magnitudes, spectra. But beneath that data flows imagination. What if this is not just a comet? What if it carries meaning? The scientist, trained to separate the measurable from the emotional, cannot quite silence the part of the human spirit that yearns for significance. And so, through the lens of our instruments, we watch ourselves, our curiosity, our insecurity, our hunger for connection, reflected in a grain of ice and dust traveling through the dark. It is no accident that our interpretations of such phenomena shift with our cultural climate. In an era of expansion and confidence, strange objects might have been heralds of discovery, symbols of progress. In times of division or doubt, they become omens, reminders of limits, of hidden dangers. The cosmos does not change. Our inner weather does. And the stories we tell about the universe are, in truth, stories about ourselves, about what we fear to lose or what we hope to find. Perhaps that is why speculation about alien technology resonates so deeply now. In a world shaped by accelerating machines, by artificial intelligence, by systems beyond any individual's control, the idea of an artificial visitor feels almost inevitable. A reflection of our own creations turned outward. A solar sail from another civilization is, in essence, a projection of our own technological anxieties. What happens when intelligence builds faster than wisdom? What happens when machines outlive their makers and wander the stars without memory of origin or purpose? In the glimmer of Three-Eye Atlas, we may be glimpsing not their future, but ours. Yet there is tenderness, too, in how we respond. For all the fear, there is wonder. For all the caution, there is yearning. We want to be seen, to be recognized as part of something larger. The mystery becomes a conversation, even if the other party never speaks. And in that dialogue of silence, humanity discloses its most vulnerable truth. That meaning is not found in what the universe gives us, but in what we bring to it. A fragment of ice becomes a teacher because we listen as if it could speak. The philosopher might say that Three-Eye Atlas functions as a projection screen for the collective unconscious, a Jungian mirror through which the species contemplates itself. Each theory, from the sober to the speculative, is a reflection of a human archetype. The scientist's drive to explain, the mystic's urge to transcend, the skeptic's need for control, the dreamer's hunger for hope. The object's ambiguity invites all of them to coexist. It refuses closure, and in doing so, it reveals how deeply we crave certainty, and how rarely we are granted it. You, drifting now in thought, might notice how every question about the object eventually turns inward. What is it? Becomes, who are we to see it this way? Each hypothesis tells a story not just of cosmic behavior, but of human belief. The debate between natural and artificial origin, for instance, is less about data and more about how we relate to the unknown, whether we find comfort in randomness or purpose in design. In that tension, civilization's psyche becomes visible, a fragile balance between skepticism and awe, between the measurable and the meaningful. In a way, Three-Eye Atlas performs a quiet act of philosophy merely by existing. It reminds us that reality is not simply what is observed, but also how the observer shapes the observation. A comet, a spacecraft, a relic. All these are interpretations layered over the same stream of photons. The meaning is not in the light itself, but in the gaze that receives it. And so, each mystery becomes a self-portrait of civilization at that moment in time. Its fears, its dreams, its readiness to confront the possibility of the unfamiliar. Even our silence in the face of mystery becomes revealing. The decision to wait, to watch, to refrain from conclusions, that too speaks of maturity. To dwell in uncertainty without collapsing into belief or denial is a rare art, both in science and in life. The cosmos rewards such patience. It asks us to mirror its calm indifference with our own curiosity, unburdened by haste. Perhaps that is the deeper lesson the traveler brings, that to see clearly, one must be willing to stand in the shadow of not knowing. Soon, the object will return to view, its long silence broken by the faint gleam of reflected sunlight. Instruments will awaken, data will flow again, and the world will look once more, hoping to find answers where before there were only questions. But even as telescopes turn and graphs fill with numbers, we might remember that what we seek in the sky is often already within us. The yearning to understand, to find pattern in chaos, to see ourselves mirrored in the movement of the stars. And from here, the story deepens into the waiting, that quiet stretch of time when all instruments fall silent, and the only thing left to measure is anticipation itself. The sun, vast and commanding, holds the traveler in its light like a secret. For weeks, the world watches the empty coordinates, knowing that somewhere behind that blinding veil, Atlas continues its path, unseen, perhaps unchanged, perhaps altered in ways we will never know. Late October drifts into November, and the blackout becomes not just an observational constraint, but a kind of cosmic suspense, a long inhalation before the universe exhales again. Astronomers know this phase well. The instruments rest, their data streams quiet, while predictions trace the sky like phantom lines. The expected re-emergence date is written on whiteboards, circled in red on calendars in distant observatories, a quiet reminder that soon the sun's glare will shift and the traveler will return to view. But knowledge and patience are uneasy companions. In that pause, imagination grows wild. Will it appear precisely where celestial mechanics dictate? Or will it have wandered off that invisible map, deviated, however slightly, from the path gravity alone should allow? For those who watch the heavens, the wait is a test of both faith and restraint. In the stillness, every hypothesis breathes quietly in the background. The natural explanations, ice jets, rotational drift, thermal pressures, wait to be confirmed or dismissed. The speculative ones, controlled maneuvers, hidden propulsion, deliberate silence, hover like echoes just beyond reach. Each day without observation adds a thin layer of uncertainty, a whisper of what-ifs that accumulate like cosmic dust. Maybe nothing happened at all. Maybe everything did. Across the world, the great observatories stand ready. In Hawaii, Chile, the Canary Islands, Mauna Kea, Cerro Paranal, names that sound like prayers murmured to the sky. Their instruments sleep under maintenance routines, cooling systems humming softly in the night. And though the engineers know they will one day turn back to the object with precision and data, there is, beneath the professionalism, a quiet undercurrent of wonder. For even in the age of precision cosmology, something about waiting for the unknown feels ancient, like watching the horizon for a ship that may never return, or waiting for a god to reappear after eclipse. You, drifting now through this silence, can almost feel that collective holding of breath. Somewhere in that anticipation lies an echo of humanity's earliest relationship with the sky, the primal awe of watching the sun vanish and return, the deep instinct to look upward when something disappears. We are not built to accept vanishing easily. To lose sight of something that once was visible is to feel, even faintly, the tug of mortality. And so, when 3I Atlas slipped behind the sun, it wasn't only an astronomical event, it was a reenactment of our most ancient drama, the disappearance of light, the waiting for its return. In the absence of data, theory and imagination intertwine. Some researchers draft new simulations, altering mass and albedo, searching for consistency in the earlier light curves. Others propose mechanisms that could explain minute accelerations, the slow venting of trapped gases, the irregular tumble of a broken core. And beyond the realm of formal science, conversations unfold in quieter corners of the internet. Could it have turned? Could it have changed course, however slightly? While hidden from view, the sun, in its radiant authority, becomes both witness and accomplice, a blinding curtain that hides the most tantalizing part of the story. Meanwhile, Earth turns and the days shorten. In northern observatories, frost begins to gather on the domes, thin crystals forming where dew meets metal. The season itself seems to reflect the mood, a time of dimming light, of patient endurance, of quiet expectation. For all our technology, all our satellites and sensors, there remains this elemental truth. Sometimes, to understand the universe, we must simply wait. The cosmos does not operate on our schedule. It moves in centuries and millennia, while we count days, glancing upward, hoping to glimpse continuity in motion. Perhaps this waiting is not empty, but necessary. Without it, the revelation would lose its depth. The silence gives shape to the sound that follows, the same way darkness sharpens the awareness of light. The astronomers who wait in this quiet interlude are participating in a ritual older than science, the ritual of patience before discovery. Each calculation, each projection, each sleepless night spent wondering what the object might reveal. All of it folds into a single moment that has not yet arrived. The sky, for now, withholds its answer, and maybe, when it returns, the object will look unchanged, the same faint smear of reflected sunlight, following the same predictable trajectory. If so, that too will carry meaning, for even unaltered, it will have passed behind the sun, through fire and invisibility, and emerged once again into sight, just as countless myths describe souls journeying through darkness before rebirth. The traveler's unchanged path would be a quiet reassurance that nature still holds to its own order, that not every mystery conceals intention. But if, when the data comes, its course is off by even a whisper, if it deviates in a way unaccounted for by models, then the waiting will have been a prelude to something much greater. A shift of a few arc seconds, a faint asymmetry in its new path, would open entire fields of speculation once more, not because of what it would prove, but because of what it would suggest, that something, somewhere, acted during the silence, that the sun's glare hid not just absence, but change. Perhaps that's why astronomers speak of these moments with such reverence. They know that every observation carries the possibility of both comfort and disquiet, of confirming what is known, or of quietly unraveling it. And in the long pause before the first data returns, imagination stands in for vision, painting possibilities across the dark. Soon, the sun will move enough for the telescopes to look again. The first images will appear on glowing monitors, faint, pixelated, filtered through layers of processing. Somewhere in that static will lie the answer. Did it remain true to its predicted arc, or did it drift? Yet even before that confirmation, there will be beauty in the waiting itself. The shared silence between Earth and the heavens, between knowledge and mystery, between what is seen and what is still hidden. And in that moment, when light returns and the traveler once more reveals itself, the story will close where it began, with the same awe, the same unspoken question that first drew our eyes upward. What truly moves through the dark? And what, in the end, does it mean to witness it at all? Now, let us drift further into the quiet that follows anticipation. For weeks, the world has waited, eyes turned toward the sun, not in sight, but in thought, where Three-Eye Atlas disappeared behind that blinding veil of light. October's end brought with it a silence deeper than any void, a silence where imagination took the place of observation, and wonder filled the gaps where data could not yet reach. And now, at last, that veil begins to thin. Slowly, gently, the comet, or whatever name one prefers for such an enigma, begins to emerge once more into view. Telescopes across Earth, their domes yawning open in the cold pre-dawn hours, begin to track the point where sunlight fades into the deeper blues of space. Software aligns lenses. Observers hold their breath. The expectation is quiet, mathematical, and yet it hums with something more human. Hope, perhaps, or the soft ache of wanting to see something truly new. What astronomers expect, of course, is nothing unexpected. They imagine the same trajectory, the same predictable arc drawn through equations and plotted on star charts. They expect to find Three-Eye Atlas precisely where celestial mechanics say it should be, still tumbling, still scattering faint dust, still silent, like a bird that had flown behind a tree, vanishing for a heartbeat, only to emerge on the other side as if nothing had changed. But even in this calm resumption of motion, there is something almost sacred about the act of rediscovery. When the first faint signals return, a trace in an image, a point that was absent yesterday and present today. It carries with it the quiet weight of confirmation. The universe has once again obeyed its laws. The cosmos remains continuous, intact, and faithful to the invisible geometry that binds it all together. Yet in that continuity lies a paradox. Even when nothing changes, something still does. The watchers, perhaps, are never quite the same. For each period of waiting reshapes us. It teaches patience, humility, and the subtle art of expectation without possession. When the comet emerges and proves ordinary, we are reminded that ordinary things are miraculous too. That the miracle is not only in what defies prediction, but in the way prediction itself can mirror the mind of the cosmos. Imagine that moment. Images being processed, data returning, chatter on astronomy networks rising like the first breeze after a long stillness. Analysts confirm, trajectory unchanged. The numbers hold, and in that quiet triumph of the expected, there's a beauty that no spectacle could replace. The comet did not turn. It did not vanish. It did not burn up or accelerate or shatter into secrets. It simply continued, following the invisible thread drawn through the gravity of suns long past. But perhaps that's what makes such moments so humanly profound. We spend weeks building towers of imagination, weaving hypotheses about engines, messages, and meanings. And yet, when reality steps gently back into view, we find ourselves grateful for its steadfastness. The return to simplicity is, in its own way, a revelation. It says the world still makes sense. The sky still keeps its promises. And yet, the waiting mattered. It always does. For in that waiting, the mind rehearses possibilities far beyond its usual range. The unknown becomes a mirror where thought expands, reaching into both science and spirit. While the comet was hidden, humanity revealed itself through curiosity, through longing, through the stories we told in the absence of evidence. The blackout was not just an astronomical event. It was a psychological one, an experiment in how deeply silence can speak. Now, as 3-Eye Atlas glides once more into measurable light, one might picture it as a messenger returning from a region that words can't touch. It carries nothing but dust and ice. Yet in those elements lie the ingredients of wonder itself. Each grain reflects sunlight scattered across unfathomable distances. Each particle carries memory of a place between stars, where cold and time braid together into endurance. It's tempting to imagine the comet as emerging from fire, the radiant furnace of the sun's domain. But in truth, it is light that burns, not the traveler. The comet moves unchanged through that sea of brilliance, protected by its own vast insignificance. The sun, for all its grandeur, barely notices, and perhaps that is another quiet truth. Significance is a human measure. The cosmos moves whether or not it is witnessed, whether or not meaning is attached. Still, in seeing it again, in tracing its arc and whispering its name, we anchor ourselves to something timeless. For the watchers, scientists, and dreamers alike, there's a shared exhale. Instruments are recalibrated, observatories report confirmation, and beneath the technical language, there's always the same unspoken feeling. We were part of something. Not something spectacular, perhaps, but something steady, something real. The act of observing becomes communion, a way to feel the rhythm of a universe that rarely stops to acknowledge its participants. You, drifting now, might imagine that faint point of light returning to the frame, pixel by pixel, its tail faint as breath, its nucleus a small blur of persistence, and behind it, the sun, vast, radiant, uncaring, yet somehow generous enough to let this tiny traveler slip once more into our sight. Soon, astronomers will publish their findings, and the world will move on. The story will fold itself back into the quiet background of space news. But somewhere within the listener's imagination, 3i Atlas will remain. Half comet, half question. Its reemergence will linger as an echo of the waiting, a reminder that the greatest mysteries are not always those that change the universe, but those that change how we see it. Perhaps, in some subtle way, the comet did change course, not through motion, but through meaning. It curved our thoughts, bent our expectations, drew us inward to the reflective surface of wonder itself. Now it moves again, toward the edge of vision, following its long path into the dark beyond the planets. Its silence continues, and yet we listen differently now. The reappearance of light, the endurance of motion, the quiet confirmation of order. All of it weaves together into something almost like gratitude. And as that pale traveler drifts outward once more, shrinking against the star field, the universe feels, for a moment, both immense and intimate. A reminder that even what seems distant can still reach us, not through signals or engines, but through the shared act of wondering. Soon, we'll look not just at what the comet has done, but at what we have learned in its passing. For the story of 3i Atlas, like all celestial stories, is never only about the object. It is about the watching, the waiting, and the mirror it holds up to our own quiet need for meaning. Carrying that thought onward, the reappearance of 3i Atlas brings not just relief, but reflection. The numbers now align, the path is confirmed, and the tension of waiting dissolves into quiet certainty. Yet strangely, in that certainty, something tender begins to fade. There is a beauty in not knowing, a kind of shimmering fullness that only uncertainty can sustain. When the unknown opens before us, our minds awaken to possibilities that no answer can fully contain. Science, at its most alive, has always thrived in those open spaces, where questions hover like dust motes in a shaft of light, never fully settled, always moving. It's in the not knowing that imagination stretches, testing the edges of what might be. The best minds, from Galileo to Einstein to those watching faint specks beyond the Kuiper Belt, all share this quiet acceptance. That understanding is not a possession, but a pursuit, a horizon that forever recedes as we approach it. And so, perhaps, it's fitting that 3i Atlas offers no grand revelation, no sudden maneuver, no blinding signal, no rupture in the known order. It leaves us instead with something subtler and infinitely more lasting, the calm tension between knowing and wondering. That is the balance that sustains both science and the soul. You might think of it as standing on a shore at twilight, watching the tide erase footprints in the sand. The ocean gives and takes with equal grace. The water's edge moves forward, then back, and the pattern is endlessly uncertain, yet deeply comforting. To live in the world is to watch that movement, to know that there are answers beneath the surface, but that not every answer needs to be pulled ashore. The human mind has always wrestled with uncertainty, seeking to turn the unknown into the known. We build instruments, design equations, construct frameworks of meaning. Yet even these achievements, magnificent as they are, rest on a foundation of mystery. Every theory, every model, every insight, beneath them all lies a question that refuses to close. And that refusal, quietly, is a gift. For mystery is not a failure of comprehension. It is the heartbeat of curiosity itself. It is what keeps the flame of inquiry alive in the face of vastness. When the night sky stretches over us, silent and unmoved, it isn't indifference we sense. It's invitation. The stars are not withholding meaning, they are offering space for it to grow. Perhaps that's why the idea of 3i Atlas captured so many minds. Its strangeness called us back to that primordial sense of wonder. The same wonder that guided ancient sailors who looked to the constellations and felt both fear and belonging. To wonder is to participate in something immense. It means being willing to dwell in a world that never quite explains itself. Uncertainty humbles us, but it also ennobles us. It reminds us that we are participants in a story larger than our own species, larger even than our imagination. The universe does not bend to our understanding. Instead, it invites us to bend toward it, to listen more deeply, to see more softly, to let go of the insistence that knowing is the only form of meaning. You, drifting now, might feel that same quiet surrender, the recognition that not every silence demands to be filled. There's peace in that. Peace in letting mystery be what it is, unclaimed, unended, and yet perfectly whole. Like a melody that lingers just beyond hearing, its beauty lies not in its completion, but in its continuation. Science, too, finds serenity in this rhythm. Each discovery reveals more terrain to explore. Each answer births a new question. To study the cosmos is to learn the art of balance, between clarity and doubt, between observation and imagination. Even the most precise measurement is, at heart, a gesture toward something ineffable. Think of the way astronomers describe the uncertainty in their data, not as a flaw, but as a margin of humility. Every observation carries error bars, small acknowledgments of what cannot be pinned down. And within those limits lives honesty, a recognition that perfection in knowledge is neither possible nor desirable, because it is the space between certainties that allows creativity, dialogue, and wonder to breathe. So when 3I Atlas passed behind the sun and emerged unchanged, perhaps the real story was never about its movement, but about our own stillness. The blackout became a meditation, a time when humanity, scattered across continents, shared in a single uncertainty. For a few brief weeks, we looked toward the same hidden point and waited. And in that waiting, we remembered how to hope, how to imagine, how to not know gracefully. Uncertainty is not chaos. It is potential. It is the raw material of meaning. Like the darkness between stars, it provides contrast so that light can be seen at all. Without the unknown, understanding itself would have no depth, no tenderness, no awe. When you think of it that way, the silence of space becomes less like absence and more like promise. Every gap in our knowledge, every mystery unspoken, is a place where possibility still lives. Perhaps, when 3I Atlas glides beyond the reach of our instruments, it continues to whisper questions into the cosmic background. Questions that are not meant to be answered, only heard. And maybe that is what we truly seek in the night sky. Not finality, but participation. Not proof, but communion. The beauty of uncertainty lies in its invitation to keep looking, keep wondering, keep finding meaning in the act of searching itself. The cosmos, in all its silent expanse, does not owe us clarity, and yet it gives us something far greater. A lifelong dialogue between knowing and mystery, between intellect and awe. To live in that balance is to be truly alive. To see the universe not as a puzzle to solve, but as a story to listen to. So when the comet fades again into the deep, we can let it go peacefully, carrying with it all the questions we do not need to answer. The unknown does not diminish us. It defines us. It is the quiet field in which both science and spirit take root. Perhaps then, the silence was never emptiness at all. Perhaps it was the signal, the faint, patient voice of the cosmos, reminding us that the most profound truths are not those we confirm, but those we continue to wonder about. And so, as the echo of uncertainty fades into quiet contemplation, we find ourselves turning not outward, but inward, toward the dreamers who made the watching possible. Humanity, fragile and luminous, staring into the dark. Across centuries, through the soft hum of telescopes and the glint of glass lenses, through the patient accumulation of questions, our species has become something unique. A civilization that dreams with its eyes open. We gaze into the void not merely to measure, but to imagine. To ask not only what is out there, but why we long to know. Perhaps that is what defines us most. Not the discoveries themselves, but the yearning that drives them. The quiet belief that, hidden among the stars, there might be something that mirrors our own searching hearts. Every comet, every signal, every passing anomaly becomes a surface for projection. Onto 3i Atlas, we cast our hopes and our fears, our philosophies and our doubts. We make it, in a way, a vessel for our inner life. A drifting mirror reflecting both our scientific brilliance and our existential ache. When ancient peoples looked skyward, they did not separate wonder from meaning. The heavens were alive with stories. The wandering lights, the planets, were gods and messengers. Their paths charted not just for navigation, but for revelation. We are the inheritors of that lineage. Only our instruments have changed. Our longing remains the same. When we send probes outward or trace the faint signatures of a distant traveler, we are, in essence, extending the reach of a collective dream. It is no coincidence that we call them missions. Each one is a journey both physical and poetic, a movement through space and through imagination. When Voyager crossed the edge of the heliosphere, when Galileo orbited Jupiter, when Perseverance touched the Martian soil, it was not only machinery moving through vacuum, it was consciousness itself, expanding its field of awareness. Humanity, half awake and half dreaming, reaching out a hand into the dark. And in that darkness, we often find reflections of ourselves. The more we study the cosmos, the more its silence seems to echo something familiar. Not absence, but mystery. Not indifference, but depth. In our pursuit of understanding, we encounter not alien minds, but the contours of our own. The questions we ask of the universe are, at their core, the same we ask of ourselves. Where did we come from? Why are we here? What are we becoming? Sleep, too, holds its own cosmos. The mind, unbound from daylight's discipline, drifts into its private universe of symbols and possibility. Dreams are our inner telescopes, revealing landscapes that reason cannot map, where the subconscious arranges fragments of memory into constellations of meaning. Perhaps, then, the act of looking outward and the act of dreaming are not so different. Both are ways of navigating darkness. Both require trust in the unseen. Both remind us that discovery is not only about the object, but about the dreamer. You, drifting now, are part of that lineage. A dreamer among billions, connected by this ancient habit of looking up. Each gaze at the night sky is an act of faith, small but profound. Faith that what we see matters, even if it never answers back. Faith that in a universe of staggering silence, our curiosity has meaning. In this way, 3i Atlas is not just a visitor, it is a symbol. It stands for the eternal rhythm of our wondering, the pulse between what we know and what we imagine. It reminds us that every encounter with mystery also reveals our own reflection, that even as we seek to understand the cosmos quietly shapes the way we understand ourselves. There's something beautifully paradoxical in that. To explore the universe is, in a sense, to explore the boundaries of human imagination. Each new observation stretches the dream a little further. Each unanswered question deepens the field of possibility. And in that expansion, we find not despair, but peace. The calm recognition that being lost in mystery is a kind of belonging. Dreaming, after all, is how life continues to evolve. A species that dreams learns to adapt, to invent, to hope. In our myths, in our equations, in our stories of wandering comets and golden records sent to the stars, we are continually redrawing the line between the known and the infinite. The act of dreaming gives shape to our existence, much as gravity gives shape to a world. And so perhaps the universe dreams through us, through the eyes that look up, the instruments that listen, the minds that imagine. Every conscious being, on every world that may exist, might be part of that greater dream, a vast awareness unfolding slowly through time, exploring itself through countless expressions. When we wonder about life among the stars, we are really asking, what part of the cosmos am I? The dreamers in the dark are never alone. Across the galaxies, if other minds exist, be they biological or something stranger, they too must wonder. They too must pause at the edge of understanding and feel the pull of what lies beyond. In that shared wondering lies the faintest thread of kinship, woven not through communication, but through curiosity itself. And even if we are alone, even if no signal ever comes, then that aloneness becomes sacred. Because it means the universe has, at least once, found a way to look back upon itself. Once, in all the expanse of space and time, atoms arranged themselves into beings who could dream of their own origin. Once, the darkness produced eyes capable of seeing, and minds capable of marveling at what they saw. So, when we project meaning onto a wandering visitor, perhaps we are not misplacing it. Perhaps we are returning it home. The cosmos gave rise to us. In our questions, it remembers itself. Every act of wonder is a small echo of creation, a spark of awareness flickering against the backdrop of eternity. Soon, the comet will fade. The data will settle into archives. New discoveries will draw our gaze elsewhere. But this impulse, this endless dreaming in the dark, will remain. It is what keeps us moving forward, what connects the child tracing constellations to the astronomer mapping interstellar visitors, and the poet who simply stares and feels. The stars have never stopped watching, and we, in turn, have never stopped dreaming. And so, we drift back inward, into the quiet realization that to gaze outward is also to awaken within. The cosmos does not end where our sight fails. It continues in us, in thought, in wonder, in the gentle rhythm of questions that never cease. From here, the narrative softens, as if even the universe itself exhales, the tension of the mystery loosening into something quieter, more reflective. What once was an enigma streaking across the sky becomes now a still surface, a mirror in which we glimpse not an alien object, but ourselves. The cosmos, in its vast indifference, becomes paradoxically intimate, not because it answers us, but because it allows us to see what questions we choose to ask. Perhaps that is the quiet gift of the unknown. In every comet, in every flicker of starlight delayed by eons, in every moment when our instruments strain against the edge of the possible, we are reminded that our desire to know is, itself, the most human thing about us. Three-Eye Atlas was never merely a visitor. It was a reflection of that hunger, a small, icy echo of our own longing cast across the dark. We often imagine discovery as something external, as if truth is hidden behind the next planet, the next anomaly, the next star. But the longer we gaze outward, the more we realize that the act of searching folds back upon itself. The data we gather becomes a language through which the cosmos speaks to us, but also a language through which we tell stories about who we are. A traveler from another star passes briefly through our system, and we respond not only with telescopes and equations, but with poetry, speculation, philosophy. We turn a point of light into meaning, into myth, into metaphor. That is not error. That is the human condition unfolding against eternity. In this way, the cosmos acts not as a riddle to be solved, but as a gentle mirror, reflecting the contours of our imagination, the reach of our compassion, and the boundaries of our humility. When we say the universe is mysterious, perhaps what we mean is that we are mysterious to ourselves. We don't yet know the full shape of our consciousness, nor the depth of the story we inhabit. And so, the cosmos becomes a kind of teacher, patient, silent, endlessly vast, reminding us of scale, reminding us of grace. You, drifting now, may sense this subtle exchange. The stars do not speak, yet they listen. They hold our signals, our songs, our dreams etched into radio waves that move endlessly outward. Somewhere, those whispers still travel, carrying fragments of us into distances we will never see. Each transmission, each observation, becomes a quiet dialogue between what is finite and what is infinite, between the observer and the observed. And yet, the mirror does not flatter. It shows us not only our brilliance, but our smallness. Our urge to explain, to categorize, to claim understanding often collides with the universe's serene refusal to be reduced. We name comets, classify galaxies, chart gravitational waves, but in doing so we learn, again and again, how much remains untouched by certainty. The cosmos reflects our limitations as clearly as it reflects our light. Perhaps that is its kindness, to remind us that being unfinished is not failure, but vitality. There is a humility in that realization. To be human is to live in tension between knowing and not knowing, to build instruments of exquisite precision, yet feel wonder rise from the simplest things. A streak of light in the twilight sky, a question we cannot quite answer. These experiences form the bridge between science and soul, between analysis and awe. The comet that slipped through our system becomes, in time, not a mystery to decode but a story to remember. A moment when the universe reached inward and, for a fleeting instant, allowed us to see ourselves illuminated by its shadow. We are, after all, made of the same materials as the traveler. The carbon in our cells, the oxygen in our lungs, the calcium in our bones, all born in stellar furnaces long before our species learned to speak. When we look up, we are looking homeward. The comet, the star, the blackness between them, each is part of the same ancestry. The mirror does not separate the viewer from the viewed. It unites them in reflection. Perhaps that is the secret meaning hidden in every cosmic encounter. We chase the unknown across light years, only to find that what we are really pursuing is a deeper intimacy with existence itself. The more we search, the more we discover that meaning is not something given to us by the universe. It is something we offer back to it. We fill the silence with story, and in doing so, the silence becomes sacred. Even our errors, our speculations, our wild imaginings are forms of reverence. To mistake a rock for a messenger, a reflection for an intention, these are not failures of reason, but gestures of yearning. They reveal that behind all our data and discipline lies a deeper instinct, the desire to belong to something larger than ourselves. The comet, the galaxy, the invisible forces that shape their motion, all become reminders that we are participants in a grand unfolding, not merely observers of it. And so, when 3i Atlas fades from our skies, it does not leave emptiness behind. It leaves awareness, the subtle shift that occurs when curiosity meets humility. For some, it will remain an object of study. For others, a mystery best left untouched. But for all, it will remain a reflection, a brief reminder that even in the vastest void, our questions create light. Soon, new travelers will be found, new anomalies, new puzzles, new whispers from the edges of the solar wind. And with each one, this rhythm will continue. Discovery, wonder, reflection. The cosmos will offer its silence. We will answer with imagination. That is the ongoing conversation between matter and mind, between the infinite and the intimate. The mirror of the cosmos does not judge. It simply reflects. It shows us the tenderness hidden in our seeking, the courage in our confusion, the beauty in our perpetual reaching. Through it, we come to see that our smallness is not a flaw, but a kind of grace. A reminder that even the tiniest consciousness can hold entire galaxies of thought. And as the last trace of the visitor fades into the distance, perhaps that realization is enough. To know that we have looked outward and inward at once, to feel the quiet symmetry between a comet's passing and a heartbeat, to understand, however faintly, that the universe does not merely exist around us, it exists through us. Perhaps that is enough. And so, dear listener, we arrive at the quiet edge of the story, where mystery gives way to rest and wonder folds into calm. The visitor that once swept through our skies has gone, and what remains is not absence, but stillness, that deep, peaceful stillness that follows awe, the kind that hums softly at the edge of awareness, inviting you to breathe slower, to drift, to simply be. You have traveled far tonight, through darkness and discovery, through questions that stretched beyond the light of our sun. You followed a comet's long, silent arc, and listened as science and imagination met in the space between stars. You've seen how the universe mirrors our longing to understand, and how even the smallest speck of ice and rock can awaken something vast within the human spirit. Now, that journey can rest. The comet drifts onward, and so do we, each of us carrying a small reflection of its passage. A quiet reminder that wonder never truly ends. The skies above are still, patient, infinite, watching, waiting, whispering their lullabies in frequencies older than time. If you listen closely now, you might almost hear it. The faint, steady rhythm of the cosmos breathing. Stars pulse, planets turn. The distant hum of radiation seeps through the silence. All of it, the entire celestial machinery, continues with effortless grace. And within it, you belong, perfectly, peacefully, without question. There is no need to hold on to the mysteries tonight. You can let them drift like dust through a sunbeam, soft and unhurried. The universe does not demand answers. It offers them gently when we are ready. In the meantime, it allows us to rest within its enormity, to close our eyes beneath its endless canopy, and feel, for just a moment, completely safe in not knowing. You are safe. You are small, yes, but also infinite in your awareness. The same elements that build nebulae and comets also build your heartbeat. The same starlight that touches the cold edge of the Oort cloud finds its way, now, to your eyelids. The boundaries between self and cosmos blur until there is only presence. Quiet, vast, and whole. Breathe in. The air you draw has traveled through the breath of oceans, forests, ancestors, and time itself. Breathe out. Let go of all that clings to certainty, all that tenses toward answers. For tonight, let the silence be enough. This is the gentle parting, not an ending, but a return, back to the rhythm of rest, to the body's quiet gravity pulling you home. The stars above you, steady and watchful, seem to keep vigil as you drift. Every constellation a soft whisper. You are part of this, always. And as your thoughts begin to dissolve, as each word slows into stillness, imagine yourself lying beneath the night sky. The earth turning softly beneath you, the faint shimmer of dust in the atmosphere, the cosmic wind passing light years away. Somewhere beyond all that, the traveler continues its path, unseen but eternal in motion. You do not need to follow it anymore. You can simply wish it well. Thank you for journeying through this vastness, for choosing to listen, to wonder, to drift in thought alongside the universe itself. The stars are endless, but so is the capacity within you to dream of them. As your breathing slows, let the horizon of sleep rise gently to meet you. The mind loosens, the body softens, the story fades, but the feeling remains. That quiet awe, that warmth of connection, that tender certainty that even in the darkest stretches of the cosmos, you are never truly alone. So rest, traveler. Let the light of distant worlds cradle you in their calm. The questions will still be here when you wake. Patient as starlight, kind as silence, and as you drift further into peace, let one thought linger. Gentle, open, and unhurried. What else waits? Unseen, in the silence beyond the sun?